now.
We're recording.
All right, excellent. Let me make sure. I found my my handout for the history that I was trying to find last week, which is cool. But I changed one of the names of the places at kind of the last minute.
Oh,
And
it's
so
gonna
in a
really
lot of
throw me off.
in one of my no, before everything. But so a lot of my handouts had the old names. So I have to like peruse all of them and make sure I change the name.
The draft names.
Yeah. Exactly. Why do we have a deck of cards there? Oh, that's who has it? Did you guys do that? I didn't even know you could do that.
Do what?
The deck of cards.
Where?
It's a built-in macro into
Ah.
20 games.
Interesting. All right. Well, here we go. Well, stop
What?
dealing cards.
Oh, what?
Pressing buttons, Marcus.
I only did it once. And Aaron's trying to steal a card from my hand. No, you don't get the 2 of hearts.
All right. So since we don't have a last week, we will do the recent history. Currently, the year 1052. 52 years ago, the mostly wood/wild elf nation of the Mar-Aran Empire launched a surprise invasion of Tendar. The speed and brutality of said invasion was a shock to everybody. Their initial invasion went very well. They penetrated deep into the protectorate of Tendar. The border at the time was lightly defended because Tendar was also engaged in a war on the other side of the continent with the Daigan Empire, or Daigan Union, I believe is what it is. Most of her knights and soldiers were far across the realms on the western battlegrounds. Tendarian envoys immediately began negotiating for peace with Daigan. The war had been a stalemate for some time now. However, things began to change as Tendar was forced to shift her forces to the east. Stuck fighting a two-front war, Tendar was forced to agree to an unfavorable 50-year peace treaty with the Daigan Union, ceding several resource-rich mountainous border provinces to their western neighbor approximately 50 years ago. Actually, exactly 50 years ago. The war in the east, meanwhile, began to shift as all of those soldiers, veterans, and knights from the west began to arrive. More importantly, Tendarian envoys and diplomats had managed to secure a mutual alliance with their northern neighbors, the Empire of Harkos. Harkos was nervous about a very successful Mar-Aran Empire, and they were also disgusted by their dishonorable means of warfare, and they didn't take much convincing to intercede on their neighbors' behalf. Side note, throughout the history of this region, these 4 powers are kind of constantly playing off of one another to not let any of the other one become too powerful. So anytime one of them gets a little too big, they tend to gang up on them and keep kind of a loose balance of power. Where were we? The war quickly went badly for Mar-Aran after Harkos intervened. They were pushed nearly back to their own borders, and neither side kind of really knew what to do after that. Mar-Aran was unable to continue to invade against both of her neighbors, and Tendar and Harkos both sent tentative expeditions into the Mar-Aran Empire, both of which were either decimated or disappeared entirely, deterring them from sending actual invasions. The war turned into a series of border skirmishes along the border. This lasted until approximately 10 years ago. A newly assembled Elven invasion army launched itself into Tendar, and the two sides met in the single largest battle of the war, the Battle of the Strag. Mar-Aran in the Battle of the Strag used their recently developed secret weapon, an arcane bomb called the Strag, that decimated the Tendarians' lines. A valiant rearguard effort by the Order of the Falcon saved the army and possibly the war. The arcane bomb was deployed a second time directly onto a small city in Harkos. The city was mostly obliterated. On the back of these 2 deployments of the Strag, the Mar-Aran Empire demanded sweeping territorial concessions from their neighbors, and though shocking the world, both of them refused. The war continued oddly, the Strag was never used a third time. At the pivotal Battle of the Sunset, the Elven army was routed, and the two sides agreed to a ceasefire in 1050, approximately 2 years ago, with the agreement that the borders would stand where they currently were. No permanent peace was agreed to, and small border skirmishes continue to this day. Now we shift back to the west, where we will be. Since it was 50 years ago that the peace treaty was signed with Tendar, that peace treaty with the Daigen Union is now expiring. And immediately after that 50-year peace treaty was signed, the Daigen Union simply occupied their neutral neighbor, the Kingdom of Valmar. The Daigen Union armies that were previously fighting Tendar with nobody to keep them in check easily walked over the kingdom. The Kingdom of Valmar is known for its lush farmlands, rich gem deposits in the surrounding hills and mountains. The Valmarans are mostly half-elves and a devoutly religious people. They worship deities they call the Celestials, who they believe protect them and guide them as their own chosen people. The Valmarans, due to close connections with the Celestials, sometimes have visions or prophetic dreams. Valmar was occupied by the Daigens until just this year. The occupation over that 50-year stretch was brutal. With forced mining and labor camps, the riches and resources of the valley were plundered and taken back to the west into the Daigen Union. A resistance movement was formed in the kingdom, and there were decades of small-scale skirmishes between the two sides. Both sides committed terrible atrocities against the other. And in 1052, just this year, just a couple weeks ago, in fact, the 50-year peace was close to expiring. Tendar was threatening to intervene. The Daigen Union finally withdrew from the Kingdom of Valmar. Their stated purpose for withdrawing was it just wasn't worth the trouble anymore. The Valmarans are free once again and have asked the Knights of Tendar to have a small presence at the Castle of Daltonhold to hopefully deter the Daigen Union from returning to take control of their kingdom once again. Oof.
That was a mouthful.
I was.
Sorry, I missed that last part. Can you repeat the entire thing again?
Absolutely. In the year
Hey,
10,000.
hey, sorry, we weren't recording, Brian. Can you just run that back? I'll be right back. 1 second. Sorry.
So, we go here. So, the town you guys will be going to, Kenton, right here. And we'll zoom in a little bit more, give us a little better view of the area.
Oh, there we go. Nice.
Yeah, a little better, right?
So I'm getting the feeling that Valmar is kind of like Ukraine in this situation.
Yeah, a little bit. The only difference is instead of one big bad on one side and a bunch of united. Well, actually, Tendar's, while one entity, is a series of united smaller kingdoms. So
it's the EU.
You could make them EU-ish. Yeah, you could kind of put it that way. Except for there was no protracted war for them to conquer it. They just basically walked in.
Yeah, they just it went how everyone expected it to go.
Correct. And that was also our new theme song, which I'm a big fan of, honestly.
Yes, it's very nice.
Very nice. In the meantime, let's get some more.
I don't know. I'm getting kind of tired of Game of Thrones music.
I know. Ironically, actually, this is the third time I've used the same creator that has really good pieces on YouTube. Both for the one we just did that I'm blanking, the piratey one. God, why am I? Call from the Deep. They're the same group, and I used them for another one too.
So, as I understand it, we all know each other, right?
You all know each other. You are all members of the Order of the Emerald, a small but certainly not the smallest knightly order that has 2 postings. Their newest posting is here in Kentor at Daltonhold. Their other posting is as the bodyguard of one of the first counselors of Tendar back in the capital.
So I think something we should do is we should go over how all of our characters like look to each other, and then also just kind of some basic shit about their personality.
That's a great idea. Why don't we
I
just?
posted that in the Discord. I was the only one.
Oh, well, that was a great idea then too.
Almost
Why don't we
did.
just go left to right, which would be Darnaby? Why don't you give us the 30-second or minute long? This is what I look like, and this is what you guys would know about me. I would say that you guys would have known each other not a decade or anything like that, but not a short amount of time either. So you would
Minimum 6 months.
Yeah, something like that. So you guys would
Yeah.
have at a minimum, a surface level knowledge of each other. How close you allow each other to be after that is, of course, up to you.
Yeah. So Darnaby is a furball, so he's pretty hairy. He's like 7'4", 7'6". I forget what I said. He really enjoys wearing his nice clothes. He's very neat and tidy. He's a goody two shoes. He basically became a knight so he could try and do good in the world. And he is well known for having narcoleptic episodes in high stakes situations. So he is the prime person to go to when you need help.
Always comes through in the clutch.
Yeah. So yeah.
All right, next would be, is it Epke?
Yeah,
Epke?
Epke.
Epke.
We've known each other for a while, so you guys might call me Epi instead.
A pen?
It's up to you.
Like
Epi.
EPPY
Yeah, EPPY.
or EPPI.
Or
Choose.
EPPIE.
Whichever one you guys want.
But the K is silent.
Okay, I'm changing my guy's name. It's not FK anymore. He's a bugbear. I think he's about 6 feet, a little over 6 feet tall. He is pretty serious on his about his duty to the Knight Order. He joined to try and bridge some of the gaps between the hostility towards people from the Dagon Union. Hostility might not be the right word, but I can't think of it. He's red-haired bugbear, and he just wears robes instead of armor or anything else, and you would know that he comes from a very, very poor family.
All right, the very originally named Aaron L is next.
Why is it? I'll fix that. Where
You
is
named
it?
your character after yourself? Jeez.
That's great.
No,
Wow.
That's great.
that's a
Little
fake
conf-
name. See. There we go. Kanashi is a tiefling that is from very far to the east. And spent her youth for some reason she got displaced from home. She doesn't really talk about that, but she spent a lot of her youth and time growing up in a traveling circus, and was kind of doing like sideshow acts in that, mostly things like tarot card reading and stuff like that. And ended up joining the Knightly Order because the circus that she was a part of ended up kind of falling apart. Seems like maybe a rival circus was responsible for that and used some uncouth business practices to take them down. Shut up, phone.
She has a phone from the future.
And in one of their last shows, Jesus, she was able to impress someone from the Knightly Order who just decided to make her an offer to join the Knightly Order, and she kind of initially as like a liaison type role, but she was able to find a more combat oriented role when she displayed some of her ability. But she's kind of uncanny. She's kind of uncanny. When she smiles, it rarely goes to her eyes. Like, it's just her mouth. She doesn't seem to understand social norms very well. But she is enthusiastic about making new friends and being friendly. She also doesn't really blink ever, so she kind of inadvertently freaks people out and doesn't understand why. But she's trying to be nice. That's pretty much her.
And lastly, Drusk.
Drusk is a half-orc. He's very calm, has a strong sense of duty. He was raised in an orphanage, very poor, near the Tendar and Daigen Union border. Kind of has a tendency to kind of like idealize like famous heroes and soldiers and try to be like them. He is a cleric of Talos, god of storms and destruction. And there's another knight that he hates that he talks bad about all the time, who's named Brenner.
Oh, he has a rival.
Yes, he does have a rival. He hates that guy.
So is he like kind of standoffish, or is he kind of friendly, Drusk?
He's not standoffish. He's very professional.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. So you all are currently on the road, crossing the border from Tendar into the kingdom of Valmar, heading toward the town of Kentor. You are in a small caravan with a 3 wagons and a small smattering of guards that are also being assigned to Kentor that are kind of escorting it as well. And there is a 5th knight that you all have only met on this journey. His name is... Let me find him. You met him when the convoy was first formed, maybe a week or so ago. So you've been on the road with this guy for about a week or so. His name is Sir Beaumont Fahan, but his friends call him Baker. You guys should be able to just see the picture, not the character sheet, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Excellent.
That is the case.
That is what we want. He is a very well-spoken gentleman, kind of a more aristocratic, educated accent and spoken vernacular. He comes off as a bit naive. Through the kind of ranks of the knights being assigned to Kentor is kind of like being stuck in the back end of nowhere. It's not a particularly prestigious assignment. It's kind of like where they put the people where they don't really know what else to do with them. If you are an ambitious career knight, if you will, being sent to Kentor or Valmar is really not where you want to go. Those ambitious soldiers really want to go on the other side of the continent where the border skirmishes with the elves are still happening. So what stands out about Baker is he was one of the more well-regarded persons in his knightly class, and he actually got choice of assignment and chose to go to Kentor, which is a little bit weird. None of you guys had that honor. You were simply assigned to be here. He is also a member of your order, the Order of the Emerald. He is assigned to be the the healer, basically, of where you're all assigned to go. I cannot write. There we go. So as you cross the border into Kentor, or into Valmar, and reach the outskirts of Kentor, arriving from the south, you can see kind of leading up to the town, there's farmlands on the western side of the road, and kind of rugged, mountainous, hilly terrain on the western side of the road. The farmlands would be on the eastern side of the road. As you approach the town, it looks at one point to have been a fairly prosperous town in size, at least. It is kind of right at a crossroads of two major empires and kind of the entrance to the kingdom of Valmar itself. But the town has clearly fallen on hard times. It looks like, just kind of eyeballing it as you approach the town, maybe half of the buildings there are either destroyed or abandoned or in pretty serious disrepair. The roads, while not like stone, they're all, mud, dirt roads, but they still have, obviously nobody's been taking care of them at all, and the going on the wagons is pretty rough on those roads. Just there's no kind of infrastructure at all. And you can see the people, kind of the ones that pay attention to you, kind of giving you the leery eye as you cross into town. The road goes straight through the center of town and then turns west. And just on the western edge of town, kind of as the very outskirts, you see a large two-story building. It looks kind of like the building that you would typically associate as the tavern or inn of some sorts. It's in a little bit of disrepair too, but you're pretty sure the largest building that you've seen that looks like it's still in use. And standing on the outside of this building, just outside the entrance, is a halfling. And that halfling is talking to a person who is very clearly a Knight of Tendar as well. They seem to be having an animated discussion. And then behind the knight are a pair of soldiers, and standing between those two soldiers is a much younger halfling. And as you carry on past this building, just outside of town, on the southern part of the road, you come across Dalton Hold, where you all have been assigned as your current
Oh my god,
station.
we're rich. We have a castle.
It's pretty clear as you approach the castle, and as you go inside. The castle itself seems to be in pretty good shape, but everything on the inside, it looks like, that wasn't nailed down was burned, destroyed, or taken when the Daigen troops withdrew. So as a result, the Tendar Union, or the Tendar Protector's only been here a couple weeks, but there's all kinds of like crates and supply boxes stacked up as the Tendar Knights slowly get settled in to their new home. There's a smattering of soldiers around, and you guys are kind of ignored as you walk in the front door. You can see high on the battlements both the standard of your own knightly order and then the standard of Tendar itself as well. And a third standard that is the Kingdom of Valmar.
How many soldiers are staying at the...
You don't really know the garrison, but there's not, for a castle of the size, I would say it's a maybe small, not quite medium-sized castle. There aren't as many soldiers around as you think there would be.
Does it look like there's one who's clearly in charge?
Sorry,
Uh,
talking like 100
No, like a dozen.
Okay.
It's like, it doesn't really look like anybody's in charge as you walk in. There's just like it's kind of the typical foot soldiers just seem to be doing their job.
I'm just gonna walk up to one of them and be like, "You, who is in charge here?"
He says, "Well, Lord Commander Sterling isn't in the castle currently. He stepped out to talk to one of the locals. So I
Where?
suppose Lady Kate would be in charge.
Where is she?
Oh, inside somewhere, I would guess."
I'll just turn and leave.
I apologize. Give me one quick moment. Be right back.
Okay.
I haven't decided on a voice or if I'm doing one.
I'm gonna do a Liam Neeson voice.
I will find you, and I will kill you.
I'm gonna talk like this the entire time.
Please do not do a bad William Shatner.
Bad smoker voice.
Well, I'm just gonna talk like this the whole time, guys.
Oh,
I mean,
guys, you'll
yeah,
hear.
I could talk like that, but
Hey, boo boo. How about that nice picnic basket?
folks talk, you know.
Similar to Pumat Soul. Not
Similar-
exactly the same, but similar.
Similar to Goofy, the Disney character.
Well,
Well, gosh. Come on, Goofy, let's go.
We could be Mickey and Goofy on a whirlwind adventure.
Alright, that's my voice from now on. Hey guys, how you doing?
Makes
I
sense
mean,
for a bugbear
you
to have a voice like that.
can. If you want to.
You know, if we just pretend, if we just like were Mickey and Goofy, how long before Disney's like, hey, that's ours?
That's ours, and you will be executed for your crimes.
We just gotta cut out this part saying that we are Mickey and Goofy. That way, there's nothing tying us to actually being Mickey and Goofy.
True. But also, then it'd be like, well, haha.
Sorry about that.
Disney watches our content.
Right?
Brian got back and heard Disney's watching our content.
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
No, lawsuit.
Or lawyers,
lawsuit.
lawyers.
Yeah, we were talking
One of the
about
two.
how we're gonna be Mickey and Goofy.
Alright,
I-
Brian,
I-
let's go.
Sidebar, I don't know what I was reading, but I was reading something and they're talking about how they're like, yeah, man, the Disney law firm has a really great entertainment division.
Yeah.
Anyway. So Kanashi, right as you're kind of walking away from this soldier, the knight who was talking to the halfling rides through the front gate with the two soldiers there. And this, if you were to guess to be somebody to be in charge, it would probably be this guy. He acts like he's in charge.
And he's a halfling?
No, he was talking to a halfling outside.
okay.
He's a human, very stocky human wearing like a breastplate, but as he dismounts, it has something that you've never seen style-wise or design-wise on the back of the armor. You're not quite sure what it is, but he's like shaven completely bald on his head, like down to the skin, like bick bald. Dark-skinned gentleman.
No facial hair?
He has a bit of a shadow.
Okay.
And he approaches you, the group of you, and introduces himself as Sir Commander Sterling Guest. He is the base commander and your boss.
Darnaby will salute.
I was gonna say I'll salute too if we do salutes.
We do salutes, Brent.
I don't. I haven't. I'll let you guys. Do you guys think saluting would be appropriate, or?
Yeah, sure. I'll give him a salute.
All right.
I'm,
he
I'm
will-
standing behind him, asking, "What is this on your back?"
He kind of gives you a quizzical look. He says it's I have to have my armor custom designed to account for my back injury.
We'll have to apologize for Kadashi. She's a bit strange.
And
Yeah,
I
don't
will,
bear any mind.
I will give him
Always
a
like that.
I will give him a Cheshire Cat style grin.
Well, a bit strange might be needed here. This is going to be an interesting posting, I think. As well, you arrived just in time. I think we have a good first assignment for you. Grab a mount if you need it, and he points to some stables that are nearby. He says, we have reports of a small encampment of former Daigen soldiers who did not seem to get the memo that they were ordered to withdraw, and they have gone rogue. So we need to prove to our Valmaran hosts that we are looking out for their best interests and convince these people to leave.
You can count on us, sir.
So he mounts back up and waits for you guys to be ready to go.
I'd like
Barnaby.
to do a quick walkthrough of Fort Dalton before we go. Check it out.
Okay. Yep. It's basically it's 2 buildings and a stables. There's one building that looks to be like it's like a 2-story barracks. Basically, there's like an upper floor that's mostly rooms.
What are we like? Do we have individual rooms?
You don't know. You haven't been assigned anything yet. As low-level knights, you will certainly not be assigned to a common barracks. If you were to guess, you'll probably have one. You'll probably have a roommate.
Walled or no?
Walled roommate?
The hold.
Oh yes, it's a walled hold with 2 stone buildings on the inside and then a stables also on the inside.
Okay. How high are the walls?
I don't know how high are typical castle walls.
This is just for my mind palace, Brian. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm trying to
Let's find out.
visualize it in my mind palace.
Are the walls stone or are they wood stakes?
They are stone.
Typical castle wall. You're
I was
probably
going to say
looking
30
20 or
feet,
30
and I
20 or
googled it,
30
and they said
feet.
typical castle walls are usually a height of 30 to 40 feet. So I would
Yeah.
say it's a smaller castle, so I think around 30 feet.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
I'm good to get a horse.
So is it basically kind of like a stone version of a Mott and Bailey type situation?
Yeah.
Like that's that size?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I make an animal handling check to try to find the best horse?
Sure. You think you find a pretty good horse?
You rolled a 23.
It doesn't turn green for a natural 20, though.
It doesn't.
Interesting.
Oh, that's
I
gonna be hard to
wonder
tell.
if there's a way to make it do that.
Probably not. Well, unless Drusk tries to stop me, I'm going to climb up on the horse behind him.
That's fine.
On his. Oh, yeah. Are there any large horses that carry Darnaby's large body?
Like
Yes,
black
you could
horses?
find like just a bigger horse. Absolutely.
Perfect. He's not actually that heavy, but he's just big.
Are you a warlock, Aaron?
I'm not a
Or
warlock.
bard?
I am a bard.
Do bards have high charisma?
No.
Okay.
Are you a music bard or a different kind of bard?
I'm a College of Whispers bard.
Oh, creepy. I got the fleek on my horse.
Whispering in your ear from behind you.
Found a good horse here, didn't you?
All right, I think we're ready to go, Brian.
All right. Well, you guys mount up, and he leads you to the south. And he says it'll take just a couple hours to get there. And he kind of gives you the kind of. He says he'll give you a full briefing to all of the new assignments when we return, but basically it's everybody's job to try to make the Valmarans comfortable and to try to forge a relationship between the two peoples. And that many of the peoples of Valmar are very leery of another power being invited in to kind of take the power vacuum that's been left. So you really need to treat the locals with kid gloves and be very respectful and do everything we can to make them comfortable with our presence.
What
basically
what
just
did you use to make this map, Brian? 'Cause it's so cool.
I used a thing called, let me find it.
Love.
Hold on.
I like that
Wait.
the roads are outlined.
Asgar's fantasy map generator.
When
I was pretty
when
happy
he
with it.
when he professes that desire to us, I'm going to give another Cheshire grin and say, "Don't worry, we will make them love us."
You need
The
to stop saying
Eagles
things like that out loud.
doing
when
things
we're
like
talking
that.
about this.
What did I say that's wrong?
There are inside thoughts and outside thoughts.
I don't understand.
We'll work on it.
Wait, is this like the opposite of Bastion Snicket?
Could be.
Is Drush Snicket and
No, Kashnikit's crazy, and Drusk is just a professional knight.
Schnicket is not crazy. He is just incredibly fucking selfish.
Sterling points to Drusk and Epi and says, you two in particular are going to have to try very hard. There's going to be, I can tell you already, you will be made to feel very unwelcome when you do have to venture into Valmar.
No stranger to feeling unwelcome.
It's alright, well, we have arrived, and he dismounts. You guys are welcome to stay mounted if you want to potentially fight mounted.
No, I'll dismount if he dismounts.
He does dismount.
I will also dismount.
I'll just...
But will
I'll
I?
help Kanashi off the mount.
Oh, thank you.
Let's see here. I spent a lot of time going through music, and I have like a spreadsheet of all the music that I want, but I actually forgot to put it on the playlists. So I spent all this time on it, and then I don't have it ready, which is annoying. Anywho, he says they have a makeshift camped up this road here, and kind of gestures into the woods. He says, I'm going to give them the opportunity to surrender peacefully. He says, but if they do not take that, then of course we will have to drive them out. He says, you are welcome to accompany me, or you are welcome to set yourself up to support in the event that it can't break out. So you guys want to go on the road with Commander Sterling, or do you want to kind of set yourself up in the nearby forest? Oh, speaking of, I need to get everybody's passive perception.
I'll hang out with the captain.
My passive perception is 12.
Mine is 16.
Wow.
Mine is 15.
Okay, hold on a minute.
For me.
And Darnaby will go into the woods.
Okay, sorry, one more time. Darnaby, yours was 16?
Correct.
And Epi was 12? No, Epi 15.
15.
Kanashi was 12. And
Mhm.
Drusk, you said 15?
13.
13. Why can it be a cleric with a passive perception? Oh, you didn't pick the proficiency in it. That must be it.
Yep.
Yep.
Meanwhile,
All
I
right.
have
So
expertise.
who is walking with Sterling and who is setting themselves up in the forest?
Drusk is with Sterling.
I'll go
Barnaby is in a
Sterling as
bush.
well.
Darnaby's in a bush.
I will go into the bushes with
Are you guys
with
staying
Furball.
together or like scattering?
I'm staying glued to Darnaby.
All right. And sorry, Epi
I'm with the captain
with Commander
Jess.
Sterling.
commander.
If I fall asleep,
Darnaby
just
and
wake me up.
Kanashi, would you choose to approach the camp from the south or from the east?
I would follow Darnaby's lead.
Which way is the road?
The road comes
Going into
in
the camp.
actually from the southeast, so it kind of comes
Okay, so we could be on like the left side of the road or the right side of the road.
exactly right.
Which way is the wind blowing?
West.
So it won't
From
matter.
the east to the west. Okay. Let's go the east then.
So you guys are going to be over here. I want both of you to make stealth checks, please.
Okie dokie.
Hell yeah!
Nice.
How is stealth changed? You said stealth has changed somehow?
You've just got to be like obscured. Like it clarifies like you can't do like video game World of Warcraft rogue style stealth where you're just standing there and suddenly disappear.
So the people that are with Commander Sterling do not need to make stealth checks because he is not approaching with stealth.
Do we make intimidation checks?
Just approach flexing.
I don't think we're trying to intimidate them yet. I think we're trying to just get them to leave.
Or not?
Alright, whoops, wrong thing. There we go.
I hear
Oh.
fighting.
Yep, it's the battle music.
As we're
No, you're
walking
not.
up, I'm gonna ask the commander, if we do have to fight, are we permitted to kill, or how far do we go?
He's basically standard rules of engagement, which is basically if they're fighting to kill, you're fighting to kill. But of course, you can't kill anybody by your code who surrenders or is wounded on the ground or whatever. But
Okay.
in the process of battle, you gotta meet deadly force with deadly force.
Okay.
This fight's really intense.
I know, right? So intense.
I think a barrel just exploded.
That's just the goblins trying to cook dinner.
That's very right.
One quick thing here, and then we'll get this going. Darnaby and Kanashi, you do see one goblin, looks like an archer, posted in the trees close to where the camp is as you approach.
Just one.
Just one.
I would like to survey the area and see if there are more.
Alright, I will put the map up in a moment. So where Darnaby and Kanashi are, you guys are not actually there. You're off the map, say 15 feet or so.
I can't see the map.
That's because I haven't gotten you there yet. Hold on, let me make sure.
Oh,
Okay.
Off the map, about 15.
We're like
Oh, there's
over here.
So you guys are up. Oh, yeah, exactly right. Somewhere over there.
Okay.
And Sterling says you guys to wait there. He steps forward. These two guys. They speak with him. It doesn't seem to go well. They draw their weapons, and then we'll roll initiative. There we go.
How close were we able to get to that goblin?
Were you trying to sneak up while he was...
That's a Matt Colville goblin.
It is a Matt Colville goblin. Very good.
His goblins are way better than the players' goblins.
I don't know about better is more interesting. That's what I want to say.
Woo! Great initiative rules, everybody.
I rolled above average slightly.
I did not.
I've never rolled high initiative in my life.
It's okay. Our commander rolled shit initiative too.
Initiative is not his thing. And are you guys all rolled? Now we need to get this guy.
Epke must have the alert feed or something.
Does this guy look like a leader?
That guy does look leader-ish. Yep.
I do have the alert feat. Oh yeah, Brian, I have the alert feat.
All right. So refresh my memory. What does the new alert feed do?
Let's see.
As I know
Immediately after you roll,
that's one of the origin feats for like a guard, I think.
Yeah. Immediately after you roll initiative, you can swap your initiative with the initiative of one willing ally in the same combat.
Okay.
You can't make the swap if your ally has incapacitated condition.
Okay, so you may swap with anybody who is willing to swap,
Then I get to add my proficiency to my.
which is already
let's
baked into your
see.
character sheet.
Yeah.
Darnaby, you've got an 8. Do you want my 13?
That makes
sure.
sense. If you want to
I'll
follow
take your
Darnaby,
13.
you'd go right after him. There we go.
Sure.
All
Yeah,
right.
you can have my 13. So I have an
There you
8
go.
and he has a 13.
That's
Yes,
cool.
we-
I actually I remember reading that and really liking that.
I was just gonna.
There we go. All right, weapons have been drawn. It appears that the goblins and hobgoblins are unwilling to leave their camp that they spent all this time building and all the stuff they were stealing. And here we are. This guy will attack the commander. He misses very badly, doesn't even glance off the commander's armor. Let's see. This guy will move 10, 20. Then he's going to slam the gate shut. That is his action.
And I think I should go before that other goblin, just so you know. The 13.12, because my dex is 16.
Okay, there you go.
Trying to find the area where to experience on a sheet, but I can't find it.
Dex is +3.
And he will. This guy will shoot at Drusk, who has partial cover as he shoots through all that stuff. So it will be with a -2 to his attack roll. Does a 19 hit?
Yeah. Thank you for asking, though.
You're
Drusk is
welcome.
down.
Feel better.
If 4 piercing, I know, right? We've lost one. We've lost one already. Take 4 piercing damage as the arrow finds the chink in your armor.
I have a mechanics question, man.
Mm.
Switching weapons. In combat.
They changed all of that in this, and it's basically like a free swap, kind of whenever you want. They kind of make drawing the weapon as part of the action. Like you can, it's almost kind of silly.
How about a shield?
You can still do have one free object interaction. So pulling out your shield would be fine, and then as part of an attack action, you can actually draw your weapon.
Okay, interesting.
Yep.
Good to know.
I actually recommend reading the revised rules on it. I'm going to reread it. I've read all of them once, but I need to reread them all. I have a lot of other rules that have forged into my brain over the years.
Alright.
And then there is an unseen archer on the other side. Because he is unseen, he will have advantage as he shoots at Epi.
Oh my god, we're gonna wipe.
Oh my god, not again!
I don't have to do my cool monk stuff yet.
This is Call from the Deep all over again, Brian. What's wrong with you?
6 piercing, as this guy is up in a tree over here.
Ow.
Do those barrels look explodey?
I would say you're a little hard to tell from here.
For what it's worth, Brian, when we saw the goblin and we were close to it, I would have. Granted, this is the one on the right side.
Yeah, this is
I
on-
would have cast message to Rusk and told him that there's a goblin hiding in the woods
Okay.
over here.
And then the last goblin up there does not seem to see Darnaby and Kanashi and will fire his short bow at Drusk. And will miss.
See, it's
Noted.
because I warned him. He saw the shot coming.
That's right. Happy.
I'll come up here and I will attack this goblin
Oh, you have 10 feet range, huh?
because
Those
I'm a
long-
bugbear. Yeah.
Those long old
limb.
arms.
Because of what now?
Bugbears
Long
have
limb.
10-foot range.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big old long limbs.
They're basically just chimpanzees.
Which is terrifying.
We're gonna,
If you
Yeah.
think
Oh.
about
we're gonna make it be
There it goes. A 10 and an 8.
Nope. Both of those, he has 2 dexterous for those to have done any damage to him, and he seems to avoid your attacks easily enough.
Yeah,
it.
that's
Just
it.
imagining like you stretch Armstronging your arms 10
Right.
feet to hit this guy.
Pretty much.
Freaking Dalseem over here.
And as all of you guys should be afraid of at first level, we know what happens when you guys fight hobgoblins, but it's the hobgoblin's turn.
That's why I'm 5 feet away, or farther.
Right. He does not have a ranged weapon, so he's gonna wait.
So these guys are goblins, these are hobgoblins, and
Yep.
what's this guy?
He's the
So these-
Hobgoblin
Yeah,
commander.
the kind of the darker skinned ones, the kind of reddish skin, are
This
hobgoblins.
guy's also a
And-
hobgoblin.
Correct.
I'm also going to go 20 more feet that way. I'm going to try to go for the archer.
All right. These
Is
guys
that
need to
rock
be-
something he could hide behind? Is that giving him cover?
Yeah, you could take cover behind the rock if you like. Sure.
Oh, yeah, it would. Probably
Absolutely.
that way.
These guys are kind of plastered behind the gate to like make it so they can't be easily seen to be shot at. Darnaby.
All right. Since I am unseen by this guy, I will shoot at him with my short bow.
Ah.
Ew.
If you miss this, we're dead.
Oh, he didn't miss.
He did not miss.
See, crit.
It's a 19. He didn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a
I don't
19.
like that it doesn't turn green. What does Vex mean? I can click to Vex his roll.
If I hit something with my short bow, I have advantage the next time I attack it.
Oh.
Because he has weapon mastery.
Before the end of my next turn. So pretty good for a rogue. All right, let's see if this actually rolls.
That's one of the
with
new
sneak
weapon
attack.
mastery things.
So 7 total damage.
He is pretty grievously wounded. I should say he's not really in a tree. He's more hiding in the little lake there. This guy down here is in a tree.
And then I think I will run up to him and draw my short sword and just be ready to engage him.
Right.
And end my turn.
Well, if you didn't use a... Well, no, I don't think I think it'd have to be a melee attack. Never mind. I think if you melee attack, you can use your bonus action to do an offhand melee attack if you have
Yeah.
2 weapons. But
Yeah,
I think it has to be a melee attack to do that.
pretty sure.
All right. Kanashi.
Okay. Yeah, I cast Power Word Kill.
Don't do it on me. I want my third person.
I cast Mass Power Word Kill.
Oh, sweet.
Wow, my character sheet is like lagging. Let me reload the.
Mine was too. I had to refresh.
Drusk, what is your dexterity?
0.
All right. So Commander Sterling will go up before you.
I am going to cast on this hobgoblin right here. I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers.
Ooh.
That's a DC 13 Wisdom save.
Wisdom.
I do love that spell.
He passes.
So he's going to take half damage then. Which I rolled really freaking good.
Mega high. So that'll be. We're rounding up. Just always as a rule, we're rounding up. So that is 8. And that is on the one to the left of him or the one on the top of him?
The hobgoblin.
Oh, the hobgoblin. I actually rolled the wrong one. He would have passed anyway. He grabs his ears and then falls to the ground.
Oh, okay. And I will use my bonus action. What is the range on it? 60 feet. I am going to give a bardic inspiration to Epke.
All right.
Okay.
Is that all for you?
No. I'm gonna move over to here and kind of crouch behind these rocks.
All right. Fair enough.
And I'll post bardic inspiration real quick. It doesn't specify what it does.
I'm sure you can find it. I don't recall if they changed it very much or at all. I think it's basically a D6 on a D20.
Let's see what this says.
There it is. Once within the next hour, when the creature fails a D20
An
test, so you can actually wait to fail it, the creature can roll the bardic inspiration die and add the number to the D20, potentially turning a success into a failure.
A failure into a success. I believe it is. I assume it is.
Commander Sterling will wield his
So
shield
you can't
and
add
his.
bardic inspiration to attack rolls.
No, that's a D20 test. Is an attack roll
It's an attack roll or a saving throw.
or an ability check.
It's pretty much everything except a death save.
Right. And he will use his once per day ability of Rallying Cry to give all of you
Oh,
3d8 temporary hit points.
Oh, that's a lot.
You all have 9 temporary hit points as he exudes you to take heart. We will
Doubled
not
my
be
HP.
defeated this day.
That doubled my health pool.
yeah,
that's-
same here.
Good thing we have the the escort mission NPC with us to keep us alive.
Dresk.
I'm gonna attack this gobbo.
He's pretty quick. He's a shifty goblin.
And I would use Healing Word, but I'm reminded that long rests take a long time now, so
And he will reuse his fleet foot reaction to say, "Ah!" And he runs back to here and starts pounding on the gate. Let me in! Let me in! And he doesn't provoke opportunity attacks.
let him in.
Come on.
All right. This one does, in fact, open the door. And they
By the
both-
way, did this hobgoblin do anything when it was
Which one?
hobgoblin's turn? Here in the back.
Oh, he's hiding under my turn order, so I actually did not see him. Thank you. And, alright. Alright, we will just book it up here. There we go. Now the goblins do, in fact, open the gate. And they charge! Ah! So the one that opened the gate cannot attack. The other one will attack Sterling. And he whiffs terribly. The one that is next to Darnaby will drop his short bow. And he screams wildly. You think it's in an attempt to intimidate you, but doesn't seem to work.
Has a heart attack and dies.
And then he will draw his dagger and try to stab at you. Does
That
15 hit?
stabs. Yep.
For 6 piercing damage.
Ooh,
Oh,
he rolled pretty high.
that wasn't very nice of you.
He's like, you shot me.
Only a little bit.
The one right here will take a shot at Kanashi, who is partial cover, so it's going to be a -2. Oops, I should just go over here. 13?
Matches my AC.
Just enough. 6 piercing damage.
You have any sort of cover bonus from hiding?
Yeah, that's why I
Where
took
you're
away
at?
the 2.
Okay.
The guy in the tree over here will fire at Epi again. And you took cover behind a rock, so that will also give you a +2. 16. Good lord, these guys are rolling really well.
Meets my armor class.
8 piercing.
Jeez.
And that is it for the goblins. Epi.
I'll run up here. I assume he's
About
higher.
10 feet up, yeah.
Okay, then in that case, I'm going to get behind this rock, I guess, and take as much cover as I can.
Wait, did you take into account he was behind this rock when you shot at him?
I did, yeah.
Yeah,
So I
he
was
did.
16.
Okay.
And I'm going to take the dodge action.
All right.
Are any of these rocks big enough to give full cover?
I would say if you were somewhere back here, you could probably get full cover. That looks like a pretty big rock. If you took a step back,
Okay, I'll do that.
there you go. So you're kind of
Still
plastered against the wall out of his sight.
Yep, still taking the dodge action.
Shoot
The
somebody
hobgoblins
else!
charge through the gate. One of them will attack Drusk.
Ooh.
He kind of stumbles a little bit and misses horribly. Other will attack Sterling, misses horribly. And Bandit Leader will use his flail. And he blocks it with his shield. Darnaby.
His armor class is 18? Jesus.
He's a commander in plate mail with a shield.
All right. I'm also going to draw my dagger, and I will attack this guy.
With advantage because of Vex, right?
Well, is Vex any attack?
Well, let's find out. This is the one that was... If you hit a creature with this weapon and deal damage to the creature, you have advantage on your next attack roll against that creature before the end of your next turn. Yep.
Cool.
So that means you're a rogue. You'd get sneak attack if you hit with it.
I will. Where's my short sword? There it is.
Well, it does note when you roll a 1.
All right, so Darnaby stumbles and collapses into the water and is just unmoving now.
Well, don't you have advantage on this roll?
You do
Oh,
have
you're
advantage. Yeah.
Let's try it again. Please be another 1. It'll be way more funny.
It would be very funny.
And a 13.
I believe a 13 will just miss. He shrieks and dives to the side at the last minute.
All right. Then I will make my offhand attack with my dagger. Which I believe doesn't get the damage.
It gets the dexterity hit, but not the damage.
13 again.
He shrieks again and dives the other direction. That all for you?
Yeah, that'll do it. I'm dancing.
Darnaby? Or I'm sorry, Kanashi?
I am going to cast Hideous Laughter on the commander. Cast. DC 13 Wisdom.
On which one?
The commander.
Oh, the big boy.
Mm-hmm.
He fails.
So he's rolling on the floor laughing.
Oh, used an actual spell, not a...
Yeah,
All right. He is incapacitated.
he is. Yeah, he's rolling on the floor laughing. So he's not only incapacitated, he is also prone.
All right. Is that all for you, Kanashi?
That is it for me.
Is the commander.
Where does it keep track of my spell slots?
Commander, now wielding his sword and appreciating that the big boss guy is down, turns his attention to the 2 followers, and he implores them to surrender before it's too late, and he attacks each one of them once. This is the top one. This is the bottom one.
Oh shit.
Top one will take that much damage.
And die.
and die. The bottom one will take that much damage.
And die.
Die. Yep.
Surrender before it's too late, and then he decapitates both in one
Well, I
swing.
mean, he made his point, right?
So what I'm getting at here is we could all just sat back eating popcorn while he soloed this encounter.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to kill you guys on the first encounter again in a third straight campaign. You know, it'd be terrible.
That's fair.
And as part of his attack action, he will use Commanding Strike, which means he will order Drusk to use one of his reactions to attack somebody next to you. So Drusk, you can use a reaction to make. All right, there you go.
Ah!
He says, "Damn it, Drusk!"
I wasn't ready. I'm sorry. you
And
surprised
Drusk,
me.
here's your chance to redeem yourself.
Come on
Do
out.
it again. Fuck.
No, never mind. Wrong person. I was like, wait.
The Goblin Warrior blocks your attack with his shield at the last moment. Is that all for you?
Yeah.
He will attack you back. 15?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. 7 piercing.
Okay.
The one that dodged Darnaby twice will attack him as well.
That misses.
He misses.
I see we are evenly matched.
The Goblin Warrior, unsure of who to attack. Whoops. Hold on. We'll shoot at Kanashi, who has partial cover, so an 8, I assume, won't hit.
Very much not.
No longer able to see Epi, the other Goblin Archer will shoot at Sterling. It clanks harmlessly off of his plate mail. Epi.
I'm gonna run up here and I'm gonna attack him.
Yank him out of the
With your
tree
10,
and beat
with
the
your
shit
10
out
feet
of him.
range, yeah.
Yeah.
You can barely reach him, but you can reach him. Well, that'll hit. He shrieks, realizing he's completely underestimated just how long your arms are.
I used my bonus action to make another melee attack.
11, unfortunately, he pulls his feet up just out of your reach as your fists slam into the tree.
the first punch, he just like crush his ankle, and he's like,
Ah! Is that all for you, Epi?
I'm gonna try and like go around the side of the tree, maybe under a branch if I can, or something, like kind of hide from him as best I can underneath the tree,
Hmm.
if there is any way.
Well, no,
Well,
you don't have any. You don't have any actions left, right?
Right? Yeah, I'm just
So,
moving around
You're
trying
just
to.
moving around there. All right,
well, he is in your melee range, so that'll give him disadvantage.
that is true. What is the Tasha City laughter? Does he get a save at the start of his turn or the end of his turn?
Well, let's see. It should say.
No saves.
What's the
let me-
duration? Because it just says has prone and
Oh, for the
Conditions for the
duration.
duration.
What's the duration?
Life.
It is not showing a whole lot of detail regarding it. Let me just look it up real quick.
Let's do this. Tasha's. Oops.
2020.
Unless it's, I don't know if they changed the spell for
At the end of
2024.
each of its turns, and each time it takes damage, it makes another Wisdom saving throw.
There you go. So this is the end of the bandit leader's turn. He will make another save.
Still
He
having a
will
giggle.
fail. Man, he's. So I didn't really plan on Sterling to come in here and just smash everybody. He was supposed to occupy the leader while you guys got the grunts. But since you have completely incapacitated the leader, it's just allowing him to mow down all the minions.
So the way Tasha's went, I forgot to do this little flavor. He just heard a whisper in his ear. Why don't skeletons fight each other? They don't have any guts.
Well, that's hysterical to him. He thought that was a really good one. This will
Burnaby
be
loves
on Drusk. Oh my god, Drusk. 6 slashing.
Good.
Good. Yes.
Boy, those temporary hit points really came in handy.
We've learned why
Yeah.
he wanted to be a knight.
I need the pain because the pain is the truth.
And
Are you sure your god's not Lavatar?
Leviatar, yeah.
Yeah.
Vitar.
That's an Alex Jones quote
He's like, more.
when he got sued for $1 billion and lost. I need the pain because the pain is the truth.
Darnaby.
All right, I'm gonna try again. Short sword.
Negative. My god, you
Uh,
guys are not making a good impression with the boss in the first go around.
Tarnaby points behind him. What's that? And then stabs him with his dagger.
He goes, what, where? And then kind of leans over to look at something, and you miss where his head was.
Tarnaby looks away and whistles.
Kanashi.
I'm gonna move to here and I'm gonna try to chill touch this goblin.
Yeah. He collapses on the ground.
Oh.
Seemingly frozen in place.
Oink.
Floating
Oh,
in
it's
the water.
it's necrotic damage, so he probably just like instantly desiccates and it's like
Now his body is floating around in this really gross body of water now. Now you need to give Barnaby some biting quip over his ineptitude to kill this goblin. By the way.
I'm just
Oh,
gonna
hero.
I'm just gonna grin at him and then I'm gonna just leave.
Hey
Is that
Brian,
all for you, Kanashi? Yes.
can I retcon something on my
Sure.
thing? Can I use the Bardic Inspiration on that attack that I forgot I had?
Sure.
Oh nice.
So it'd be a 17.
That will definitely hit.
9 damage.
You smash his one ankle and smash his other ankle again, and he falls to the ground unconscious.
Alright, then I would have come back like 10 feet. It's good. Yep. Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to give a bardic inspiration to Drusk.
Okay. Commander moves here and implores Drusk to get his head in the game. He attacks that goblin there, which does hit. Does not kill him. Weird. He seems momentarily confused.
Ah, there
Attacks
we
him
go.
again. That'll do it.
How dare he not die in one blow?
I know. Odd.
I found the full bardic inspiration. It's in
There
features
you
and
go.
traits.
It is a d6. Yep.
Yep.
And then as part of it, he will use his commanding strike to allow Drusk to take a reaction to attack somebody if he
I
chooses to.
haven't hit anybody yet this campaign.
Well, you got an inspiration now. Maybe you can.
Yeah. The commander believes in you, Drusk.
Here comes the crit.
The crit fail. Oh, nice. 20.
20? Well, that'll definitely hit. Are we hitting the incapacitated guy or the one that's fighting you?
The one that's fighting me.
Okay, yeah, that hits.
Ooh!
Max damage.
You cleaved him. Cleaved him.
What?
That's better, Drusk.
Just split him down the middle.
And now it is your turn, Drusk.
So this is the last guy's the surrendering guy.
Well,
he's not
this guy is
surrendering.
incapacitated.
This one up here.
And this guy is shooting at a bow last you saw him.
I will
Good.
Sacred Flame the bow guy.
Alright. Is that an attack roll or a saving throw?
The dex save. I'm sure their dex isn't very high. Oh, but he failed.
He did fail. He starts screaming, "Ah, it burns! It burns!" But in Goblin, if you speak
I'm
that.
not Shadow
Oh.
Guard. I actually hit
I
those
do.
Sacred Flames.
Tarnaby
Is that
does
all for you,
knock out.
Drusk?
Yes.
This goblin starts sprinting away.
He's fleeing.
He is. He's just off the map. Epi?
I will dash over to here. Yeah.
He will He fails again. Darnaby.
Let's see. That's too far for me to go. I will. Can I get through to like, oops, up here? Like, is there a way around this wall?
Go. You can go check.
Yeah, I'd like to try and chase down the dude who's running away. So,
So wading through all the water would be difficult terrain.
Yeah, so I can get. I guess
Well-
there would be my move.
Wait. You could, if you went over to here, you could maybe jump to the rock and then jump to the other rock.
Or Knights, you can't kill him, he's running away.
No, I just can't kill him. I can knock him out.
He could knock him
With
out.
a bow?
Yeah, with an arrow to the back of the head. That'll knock him out.
I'm pretty sure that will not knock him out. But yeah, if you want to try to hopscotch, I'll let you make an
Yeah, that
athletics
sounds-
check to do
That
that.
sounds good.
It'll knock him out
Um,
forever.
It's like
Uh-oh.
the Call of Humor bat.
Nope.
You have
Shit.
slipped and fallen into the water, right here.
Yeah.
A frog jumps at you right as you're trying to leave.
Yeah. Ooh.
Lands on your face.
Is that all for you, Darnaby?
I'll use my action to dash. Try and get a little bit further.
All right.
So I'll give up on the jumping and I'll just swim the 15 feet over to there.
Kanashi. Well, it's not. You don't need to swim it. It's just you're tall enough to wade through it. It's just push down.
All right, that'll work.
I'm moving over to here, and I'm holding a vicious mockery in the case that
It's needed.
he becomes violent.
The commander simply orders him to be disarmed and bound. He says, "Well, it works out well that we got the leader. We can turn him over to the Daigans and let him face a court-martial for his disobedience of orders."
Once he is restrained and bound and all that, I will drop hideous laughter.
All right. Well, you guys mount back up. This guy is tied up and kind of walking behind the horses, giving death stares to Kanashi the whole time.
I'm just gonna grin back. Did you like my joke?
It wasn't even that funny.
I thought it was funny.
What joke did you tell him, Kanashi?
We don't have time for this.
I asked him why skeletons don't fight each other. It's because they don't have the guts.
We all become incapacitated.
Everybody make a wisdom saving throw.
Mass cautious hideous laughter.
Well, Commander, what should we do with the prisoner?
So we'll take him back with us to Kentor, and we'll turn him over to the Daigans, where he's can be court-martialed if they see fit.
Understood. And I will.
You don't want to interrogate him first?
No, there's no reason. He's just a bad soldier.
If you say so.
Makes sense to me, and I'll sling a guy on the back of my horse.
Is it Kanashi
Alright.
on the back of your horse?
Not anymore. She's gonna have to find a ride with somebody else.
That's my seat, Drusk.
I'm sure you can ride with Epi or Darnaby for the trip back.
Yeah, you can ride with me. That'd be fine.
Okay.
Dritz coughs up blood. I took so much damage during that fight, but I'm not gonna heal myself because like using spells isn't allowed anymore.
It's not allowed. And meanwhile I used both of my spells.
Yeah, you'll have those back in a week, buddy.
It takes a couple hours to arrive back in Kentor. You do notice one change from your first trip through town to now, which is that two-story building that you first saw Sterling having an animated discussion with the halfling now has a sign out front that says Chappies.
Does it give any indication as to what type of business it is?
It has like a flagon on the sign.
Oh, okay. It's tavern.
You return to Dalton Hold, and Commander says, "Take a rest, and we'll see you for your briefing in the morning."
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
So you guys now have 8 hours for a short rest.
Those are weird words to hear.
I know, right?
Ugh.
Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting.
Oh, I can just press the short rest button.
I could just. Is there anything different with our short rest, or is it still just normal?
Nope. Basically, if we're doing the gritty realism, the rests are rules as written, but they
The
take
time
8
it
hours.
takes.
And yeah.
That's different. Okay.
You have to, when you click short rest, you have to click the hit die button to use hit die.
Yeah.
And it automatically adds it to your thing too, your health pool, which is nice.
I assume the temp HP that we had only lasts like an hour or something.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I was only down to 1 anyways.
I was out of temp HP and I had 2 hit points.
If it wasn't for the temp HP, I would have been down. I think same for you too, right, Dress?
Oh yeah.
He's like, "No, I taken hits like that before. It's no problem."
This long stringy thing is coming out of my stomach.
Coughs up a chunk of lung.
So you are each given a room to share. You guys were paired off. Let's see here. Darnaby, I'm going to roll a 1d3, and it's going to
Alright.
be left to right to see who you were assigned a room with.
Renner.
So Darnaby and Drusk were assigned to be roommates, and Epi and Kanashi were assigned to be roommates. So you can take a short rest. Meal is served in the mess hall the next morning.
If I wake up and you're just standing over me, smiling creepily, we're gonna have some work. No.
Why would you think that might happen?
Probably already happened.
And then in the second building, you guys are stationed in the larger of the buildings, where it looks like basically it's the sleeping quarters for the knights and soldiers on the top floor, and then like kind of a common area that serves as like a meal place on the bottom floor. So both the kitchen and dining hall and common area. And then in the other building, it looks like that's where the higher commanders have living quarters, and then there's like a briefing room / audience chamber on the bottom floor.
Is there like a mail service that'll take stuff from here to Protector of Tindar?
Sure.
Okay. I'm not doing anything yet, but later on I will.
Here yet? No. Wait, hold on a second. Apologies. All right. So you guys can go to the meeting or the briefing audience hall if you'd like to.
When I wake up, is Kanashi standing over me with a creepy smile?
No, she is sitting on the ground with the deck of cards, laying them out.
Ah, okay.
Barnaby
Wouldn't
will
ask
go
that
to
question.
this briefing.
What'd you say, Marcus?
Said I wasn't going to ask about it the first day. If you do it again the next day, I'll probably ask.
Hmm.
That was the only time.
Never again.
All right. Well, whenever you guys are ready, unless you want to do something else, of course.
What if we take a week off? I'm kidding. We can go.
Your second day to the new job. Listen, I'm gonna need the next week off. The first day was very stressful.
Kanashi used. We killed so many people on our first day. That's.
Some of us killed so many people.
We gotta go get psych evals, make sure we're ready mentally to go
Yeah.
back to duty.
How's
So the audience hall.
How's Twitter taking the news?
The audience hall has a very nice, ornate fireplace with a warm fire burning. It is kind of the end of winter where you guys are now, so the weather's pretty cold out. In there is Commander Sterling at the front office with another woman up there with him, and then there's kind of a bunch of chairs where a number of people, and when I say a number, 1, 2, 3, 4 other people, as well as the 4 of you walk in. Once you guys settle in, Commander Sterling will make introductions. The woman that is standing up there with him is Lady Kate. She is the second in command. She is a half-elf woman with very short white hair. And then the other people who are sitting in the chairs with you guys are the other knights that are assigned to Dalton Hold. There's the 4 of you, and 5, 6. I think there's like 9 total. We have Sir Amari. Connell. And they would all, of course, kind of introduce yourself, shake your hands. Nice to meet you. Connell is a human, kind of older looking guy with kind of thick glasses. Doesn't really look like a knight. Amari is an elf. And
How about see it?
Kate. It's pronounced Kate. Yes.
What race is Kate?
She is a half-elf, half-elven woman.
Elf, and Connell's human.
Correct. And then the last one is Shay, who appears to be a human man.
Looks like he's from Star Trek.
Does he?
A little bit.
It looks like Star Trek mixed with like really like 80s fantasy and a little bit of Doctor No.
Interesting. Fascinating.
I think it's the
I thought
bad
it
green screen behind him.
That must be it. So, Commander Sterling lets you guys know that Dalton Hold is basically like a joint holding between Tendar and Valmar. So Lady Kate is the highest ranking member of the Valmarian militia as a second in command. And Shay is the commander of the local Kentor Town Guard, who was invited as a courtesy, basically. So he's also a member of the Valmarian militia. All the other persons are Tendaran's knights. And he asks Lady Kate to give you all a briefing of the current situation in Valmar. Bearing in mind the timeline right now is it's been like 4 weeks since the Daigans left, so it's really not a whole lot of time to recover from 50 years of pretty brutal occupation. Kate describes the following. She says the Prince of Valmar, a man named Sumtel, is the current leader of the Kingdom of Valmar, although his hold is very tenuous. And this is because during the occupation there was a lot of resistance movements and a lot of local heroes made who fought the hobgoblins and greenskins of the Daigen Union. However, after Samtel's father was killed, he did none of those things. He kind of stayed in hiding and didn't do any active fighting. He was more concerned with trying to preserve the royal line as the last member of the royal family than actually fighting off the Daigens, and as a result, a lot of his people don't think very highly of him. And there has been a lot of posturing by the various resistance leaders to take control of the kingdom. And Lady Kate expresses her concern that Valmar is going to go from an occupation to a civil war. So as the new guys arriving here, she and the commander are sending the 4 of you, as well as Baker, with a small supply of foodstuffs and supplies to distribute amongst the people of Valmar. So go into the kingdom, give the stuff away to whoever wants it, smile, wave, make a good impression. You all get the impression that she is very wary of sending more outsiders into her country. And while you are in Valmar distributing supplies to the people there, they want you to pay your respects to the leader of the Celestian religion, the Aspirant. What Kate's hope is that if the Aspirant can be convinced to actively support the prince, or possibly even convinced to crown him as king of Valmar, the people of Valmar are so religious that that would be a unifying factor and prevent people from resisting the prince's rule over Valmar. She can't go. That would be too obvious, because it has to seem like she is doing this of her own, like it's her own idea to support the prince. So if Commander Sterling goes, that won't work. If she goes to convince the Aspirant, that won't work. But since you all are new here, you're simply going to pay your respects to her, which is expected of you to do that. And if you just happen to convince her to support the prince while you're there paying your respects to her, that would be a very fortuitous turn of events. And they give you directions to the Gardens of Tranquility, where the Aspirant...
So the Aspirant's a person, not...
She's a person. She's like the high priest of their religion. Yeah. She's the Valmar Pope.
Got it.
And probably the only thing the people of Valmar agree on right now is their spirituality. It's the unifying force of the kingdom, and it kind of has been throughout its history.
So they're not a theocracy, but they are just religious.
They're not a theocracy, but they're very religious people. And historically, the acolytes, which are the priests, and the aspirant, which is like the high priest, try to kind of stay out of that part of it. They, just try to focus on the spiritual health and the overall well-being of the people of Valmar without getting involved in politics. But they're kind of hoping she'll make an exception to unify the people of Valmar and prevent any more bloodshed. And so she says, take Baker with you, and the 4 of you go pay your respects, and maybe convince her to crown Samtel king as well.
Why do you want Samtel to be king?
Well, he is the rightful king of Valmar, and he
It
is
seems that's in dispute, though, is it not?
Some people feel that way. I don't.
Why do they feel different?
Because he did not fight during the occupation.
Why not?
He felt it was more important to keep the royal line intact than it was to risk his life fighting an occupation that seemed to be never ending.
Oh. Perhaps some people think he protected his own life and, in doing so, cost the lives of civilians.
I'm sure certain people do feel that way.
But you don't. She'll grin wide at that.
She says, what I feel is not really relevant to the mission. My mission here is to keep my people from falling into civil war and fighting and killing each other. And the best way to do that is to unite the country behind the prince. And then she dismisses you all.
I feel like she didn't like that.
You get the very distinct impression that she doesn't really like any of this.
Mm-hmm.
And
All right, Pope time.
as you all are leaving the smaller of the two buildings in Dalton Hold, the one that has the assembly room and the commander's quarters, Darnaby, you hear, after the door closes behind you guys, some raised voices in disagreement.
The room we just left.
Correct.
Um,
Does he hear in detail, or does he just hear that people are yelling?
can I? Are there like other knights or guards around that would notice if I like put my ear to the door?
Basically, all of you who are not Lady Kate and Commander Sterling left the room. So those were the only two people left in the room when you guys left. So you guys are all kind of standing basically just outside the building as the door was closed behind you. So that's Amari and Baker and Connell and Shay, and then the four of you.
I think
Well,
I'll
you
just
can't-
make
you- Can't put your ear to the door without being noticed, for sure.
I'll just make a comment, just be like, "Ooh, sounds like they don't get along very well. That's too bad." And then I'll just walk off.
Well, who doesn't?
Oh, it sounds like you said it was Lady Kate and
Commander
who was in
Sterling.
there? Commander Sterling. Lady Kate and Commander Sterling.
Shay says something effective. Well, you can hardly blame them that they're fighting again.
Oh, they fight all the time?
Only as long as they've known each other. And then he starts walking out of the hold and back to town.
I didn't see them fighting.
We did see the commander fight. He was quite impressive. I'm certain that whatever his assessment of the situation is sound.
I didn't see him fighting Lady Kate or whoever.
Well, surely she's mistaken.
I'll just amble away towards my quarters, I guess, or maybe lunch.
So Baker's hanging out with you guys. So, our first foray into the kingdom of Valmar. Help the downtrodden. Distribute food and supplies. What could be more uplifting? I'm ready to go whenever you all are.
Who's this guy? Wait, who said that?
Baker.
Oh, okay.
He was assigned to go with you. He was the dude you traveled with for a week and a half or so to get here.
Was he
Or-
always like this?
Our
Yes, he
Healbot.
Yes, he was.
Our
Sounds
Healbot.
like you're really excited to do this.
Well, of course,
All
isn't
right.
this why we all got into this, right? To help people protect the defenseless and such and such.
That's
Can I
true.
insight check him?
Sure.
Ganashi has her ear to the door at this point because she's curious
Okay.
and doesn't really care what other people think.
Make a perception check with disadvantage.
Can I just
Seems
insight check?
pretty genuine, as best you can tell.
Okay. Sure.
6. Would she open the door and stick her head in? No, she wouldn't. Okay.
I was just thinking, like, oh, did you forget something in there that you had to go back and grab?
Is there does the door go all the way to the ground, or is there a little crack that she can slip something underneath, open up the door, just grab real quick?
What is it that you're trying to do?
Just slide something underneath the door so we can go back inside and be like, "Oh, I forgot this." What were you guys
I
talking
mean,
about?
it's a well built, building in a stone keep, so it's not like airtight. There would be a small gap, but it's
Okay.
I don't think that would even occur to her to do.
Okay.
how long are you guys hanging out outside there?
I think we move along.
Yeah.
Someone would have to be like, "Hey, Kanashi, let's go," because she's got her ear to the door and is listening.
Oh, Kanashi, we're leaving.
Oh, okay.
Did you hear anything?
They're yelling.
So no specifics.
No.
So you guys are given a wagon, basically stuffed to the brim with food and supplies to distribute. The Kingdom of Valmar is kind of a valley, so Kentor is a little bit over the rest of the kingdom, kind of looking down on it. It's a very defensive and strategic position for the area. Are you guys going to do anything before you go, or just off you go?
Wait. How long has it been since we did the thing?
Did what thing?
Killed the
Like did the combat and all that? Was
Oh,
that
you guys
like...
got a short rest, 8 hours. That was yesterday.
Okay, and we're leaving already?
Unless you're going to delay.
And we can't long rest on the road.
Nope.
So,
This is why Thomason used his spell slots.
yeah.
Although,
Are we expected to be getting to a town anytime soon?
There's really only one town in Valmar, and that town is Kentor,
Which is where we are now.
which is where you're leaving from. That's correct.
And we're going to where?
Somewhere in the middle of the valley to what they call the Gardens of Tranquility.
I feel like it makes sense to take a long rest first, because there's other people who are going to need to get hit die back and
Someone
stuff
was
too.
upset that they didn't save their spells.
Well, you want hit die, don't you?
I saved my spells because I thought this would happen.
Yeah, but you want hit die, don't you?
Nope.
If I hadn't cast my spells, I think you might have gone down.
Nope. Went exactly how it should have.
Well, I will defer. If you guys don't want to rest, we can go.
I think we go.
Okay.
I think we probably should go.
Did we
We'll probably get yelled
loot
at.
did we loot the bad guys? Did we get anything?
What a great question.
'Cause I'm poor over here, so I need some goblin coins.
Probably just some crap weapons.
You managed to get 6 gold pieces each out of the deal.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Gold lives where now?
Where is gold on
It's
my
under,
sheet?
it's
It's in inventory.
Inventory.
And you have to click the cog. Right.
I see
Uh,
it
chevron
up at the
arrows.
top. Up at the top, yeah.
Yeah. Or the down
Okay.
arrows. Okay.
So I have 75 gold now.
All right.
I have 20.
Someone's rich.
I have 54 gold.
I have some amount of gold.
I just skipped
Yeah,
an
at least
entire
6 gold
chunk
pieces.
of gear. It was like, I don't want anything in there. Just
That's
give
what
me
I
money.
did too.
All right, let me try something here real quick.
It was like, do you want a second short bow and more arrows? I'm like, no, I don't actually.
Right?
Funny, I don't need 2 bows.
All right. Well, you guys depart from Kentor. descend into the kingdom of Valmar, proper into the what once was the lush valleys of Valmar, or lush farmlands of Valmar, I should say. And as you descend into the valley, you can see that very similar to the keep, Valmar was basically anything that they could take with them when they left, they did, and kind of destroyed or killed everything else on the way out. You can see the cleanup has started. They started repairs on homes, the farms. They're starting to get them ready for replanting because it is the end of winter. You can kind of see piles of slaughtered livestock that they've started to clean up, kind of piled off to the side of the road. The people that you encounter are very clearly poor and underfed, and they keep a very healthy distance from you all.
Are we allowed to give out the food yet?
Yeah, that's up to you guys, however you want to do it, but nobody really seems to want to come up to you guys at all. However, you do see what the initial area that you're passing through is kind of scattered farmland, so you don't really encounter very many people. But you can, like, the valley is basically in the middle. It's a bunch of farmlands, and they kind of have, like, all of these farmlands, like, kind of surround a central small village that is kind of a gathering place, and after a day or so of travel, you will reach basically one of these villages on the way. You know it's going to take 3 days to get to the gardens. And so you arrive at the end of their first day of travel, one of these villages, and you get a very mixed reception. Some people seem happy to see most of you. Most people are very standoffish.
Are they standoffish to anyone in particular?
You can see everybody is very leery of the bugbear and the orc.
Hmm. How common are tieflings in this part of the world?
Not very.
Okay. Have I seen any since getting to Valmar at all?
You have not.
Okay. So pretty uncommon.
Yep. Are you guys going to try to set up camp in the village for the night? Are you going to... What's the plan while we're here?
I don't suppose they have an inn. Probably too small.
There is no inn. That is correct.
I mean, we probably need to keep an eye on the food cart overnight.
Does anyone in the village look like they're obviously taking the lead or important, or in regards?
Make an insight check.
Insight check. 18.
Nice.
There doesn't seem to be an obvious leader, but there are people that aren't. Some people you encounter just very clearly don't want to have anything to do with you. There are some people kind of hanging out in the vicinity of you guys, but they're leery and they don't seem to quite know what to do with you.
Are there any children in the vicinity?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, there are children around. Yeah.
I'm gonna grab some of the food and walk over slowly and kind of bend down and just hold
Like
it out for them.
Like you're feeding a puppy.
Make a charisma check.
Are you sure? Darn.
She screams and runs.
I am walking straight toward one of the people who look curious about us.
All right.
When I get within about 5 feet, I'm going to give him a very wide grin and say, "Hello. We would like to camp near your village. Would that be okay?"
He kind of looks to the left and to the right at some of the other people, and they kind of like give him a little shrug, like I don't know. And he says, "Well, when we get travelers in town, we have the travel barge over there," and he kind of points to a large, basically square building that looks like a barn that's not in particularly good shape, but it is standing and offers some amount of shelter. As travelers are always free to use the travel barns. If you like, you're welcome to.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
Where are you from? You sound different.
I am from very far away. I am from East Tendar.
What are y'all doing here? Seems to be eyeing the orc.
We are part of a knightly order. We are here to try to help ensure that there is no war and that there is peace.
We've brought food and supplies for your people.
Well, we can use that. What do you got?
Just show them over to the food cart. Goodies, I guess.
All right, they will basically take anything you will offer them. I mean, they would clean you out if you let them.
I'll offer them a small portion of the food. I'll give them a little basket of stuff.
All right, to that one guy or for the whole village?
Oh no. Well, is this food is not just for the village? It's for everybody, right? Or is
Well,
this-
you know you're going to be traveling for 3 days, and they said distribute as much as you can throughout kind of your
I'll
travels.
give
So
them a third.
okay, yep. So kind of distribute food and supplies, about a third of your load to the village. They seem appreciative and don't really bother you after that. Although you definitely get the impression that you're being watched from a distance. But if you go to that building he pointed out, it's basically just a medium-sized wood building that's in slight disrepair. That it looks like there's kind of basic setup to camp out inside.
Is there room for the wagon?
Yep, definitely.
Just wondering
You
when
get,
that
you get the
girl.
impression that it was built specifically to allow room for a wagon, just for anybody kind of traveling through and kind of has a place to shelter in cold weather, because it does get cold.
Did that girl that ran away scream from me? Did she like stop and look back at me at all, or did she just gone?
She just basically ran to her parents, who were like, "It's okay, darling. Stay away from that monster."
I'm gonna, with the food that I had, I'm just gonna put down a piece of cloth on the ground and put the food on top of it and walk away. Walk back to the first of us.
All right. Anything else we're doing before we settle in for the night?
Yeah. When Kanashi sees the thing happen between Epke and the kid and the parents, she's going to call over and say, "Don't worry, Epke doesn't eat human children."
Oh God, that's even worse.
I don't eat any children.
I don't think you're helping.
So you sleep soundly throughout the night. We do want to give a standard watch. So what is the standard watch for you guys?
I'll take second watch.
I'll go first.
So we'll just say, for sake of discussion, you guys have an early watch and a second watch. So 2 on each. Who's going to do what?
I'll do one.
There's 4 of us, right? So
There's 4 of you plus Baker's there too.
Well, let's
you
have
can
at
do-
least one good perceptive person on each one, because my perception's not good.
My perception is +2.
Got
Well, what's
Plus
I'm not-
6.
I'm on second watch. I'm +5.
Okay, so Epi on second watch, Darnaby
That's
on first watch.
Yeah, I'll go on first watch.
All right, who's going to be on the other 2?
I'm with
Could be-
Darnaby.
Roomies.
I'm with Epke.
All right, there we go.
It's the same as our room was back at the keep.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
How fun.
Perception.
as you guys are kind of around the fire, they definitely have a place to make a fire safely, and it is, like I said, it is toward the end of winter, so it's definitely cold at night. The building does break up the wind and makes it a little more tolerable for sure. Baker starts going on. Oh, that was so great. These people so clearly need our help. We're really doing the right thing out here.
I don't understand why they were afraid when I told them that Epke does not eat human children.
Because you're implying that he eats other children, and that's scary.
I didn't mean to imply that.
Sometimes people don't listen to what you're saying, and they just infer what you mean, which could be different than the words you actually say.
So
That's
to be
confusing.
Baker says, so to be clear, Epi, you don't eat other children.
This
No
is true.
children. No children at all.
Never eaten a child in my life.
That was
Only
very
adolescents.
confusing. I was wondering if you perhaps had a troll child once.
No. Do you eat trolls at all?
Well, it was my understanding in Daigen that some of them are kept for food. You lop them off and they regenerate, and you lop them off and they regenerate. It's a good source of protein, or so I've heard. I've never been there. I don't know.
That's only a rumor. Trolls have acid blood. We could not eat that.
I would be worried about the thing growing inside of me.
That's the other problem.
Like a
So
starfish.
he kind of takes out a little notebook and he kind of licks his finger and he kind of flips and he starts writing. The night passes uneventfully. When you wake up in the morning, there are definitely some folks who are watching the Traveler's Barn.
Does it look like they have been watching? Like, are they baggy-eyed?
Make an
Have
insight check.
Have
They
they been
keeping watch
keeping a
on
watch
us?
as well? 16.
They don't look baggy-eyed necessarily, but it definitely seems like there were people who were supposed to be watching you.
They've been up for a while, and not like all night, but a little while.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so you guys carry on your way. You do get a couple of the villagers kind of give you quiet, half-hearted thank yous on your way out of town. And the villages are very intentionally spaced about a day's travel apart. So kind of throughout the heart of Valmar, you can basically get to a village a day. When you get to more of the outskirts, it's a little different. But kind of here in the heart farmland by the river right there. And as you're getting close to the second village, you can see in the road ahead of you, it looks like a group of 5 men on horseback. They seem to be waiting for you.
Do they seem to be in any uniform, or is it like a ragtag?
They do not
equipment
appear
they
to
got
be in
going?
any uniform. It is pretty ragtag, but they are also armed.
Are they brandishing weapons yet? Or are they
They
mostly
do not
peaceful
seem
at
to
the
be
moment?
brandishing weapons, no.
Okay.
But they do have said weapons.
How close are we to the village?
They would be just outside of the village.
Okay.
So you are close-ish.
So they don't appear to be bandits then if they're that close to the village.
You
I would
think so?
assume. I would assume. Well, let's try to keep this peaceful. I think either Kanashi or Darnaby should talk. Probably not me.
So we're all awake for this and stuff.
Oh yeah, you guys are just kind of traveling on the road, and then on the road ahead of you.
I misunderstood. I thought we were resting, and this is like in the.
Oh yeah. Unless you want to do something, I just kind of
No,
carried on with traveling there before.
I just wanted to. I thought this was happening when we were resting, like people coming down the road. So
No.
I unequipped my armor, but I shall re-equip it.
The next day, as you're traveling along.
Understood.
How far away are they from us?
Hold on a moment. Let's see. Hundred feet-ish.
I'm going to wave and say, hello. Could you stand aside? We are trying to travel on this road.
You be right back. You leaving? Okay, have fun. The supposed leader. Are you yelling this from 100 feet away, or are you like approaching them close?
No, I'll approach them. I'll say that from about 30 feet away. Make it 40 feet away. So I don't have to yell.
All right, 1 second.
I'll go up there with you as well. In case we're ahead of the group.
I'll be staying back at the cart.
Hold on a second. Oops.
I just realized you're a cleric using a great axe. You must be like War Domain or something.
Nope, clerics can use martial weapons now.
Really?
Yep, they like changed one of the, but because he doesn't have a domain yet, you don't get your domain to third.
Right, yeah. Not till
But
third
druids
level.
and clerics get a thing at first level where they have to pick whether they want to be like a caster cleric or like a battle.
Well, that's
cleric,
the idea,
basically.
but it's actually not true because
It's actually no choice at all because the caster cleric doesn't get us the cool stuff.
the battle cleric is so clearly the better one, even if you want to be a caster.
Correct.
Okay.
If somebody wanted to be the caster cleric, we would have a discussion about buffing them a little bit.
I see.
They're like, oh, you have to pick. Do you want to be a caster, where you get like an extra cantrip, or do you want to be a battle cleric and you get proficiency in heavy armor and all martial weapons?
I wonder if cleric gets extra attack at some point if they choose
No,
battle.
they don't.
They do get a thing where I think they can use their channel divinity to do a bonus action, make an extra attack, if I recall.
Interesting.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
So I asked them to step aside because we're trying to use the road.
Get you here in just a minute.
Politely.
So who is approaching them and who is staying back? Where I'm going to drag you guys here, and you can put yourselves where you're going to be. All right, sorry here. Let's see. All right, so you guys are coming from the south. You can see it down there. And you can see the gentleman on... Oh, no, you can't because I haven't moved you here. There you go. You guys are coming from the south. You can put yourselves where you'd like to be.
Oh, there's quite a few of them.
You can see there's basically 5 dudes on horseback that appear to be together. And then there's a number of people in the fields who don't seem to be with them, but they also seem to be very interested in what is going on in this road as you approach.
Makes a lot of sense.
So are we still on horseback or nay?
They didn't give you guys horses. They just gave you a wagon and a horse, and like a draft horse.
I take it we have to like sit on the front of the wagon to guide the horse.
Yeah, somebody would need to be driving. Yeah, you could have Baker do it if you didn't want to be stuck back there.
Let's have Baker do it.
Nah, I'd be back here doing it.
I will approach.
I don't think they want me to approach anyways.
Well, I've already like
Oh yeah,
Tried to
Kanashi
talk
would
to
be in
them.
front. She's the one talking to him. Wait, but go ahead before you do that. Put yourself where you would be. Is that about as close as you want to get, Kanashi?
I would be in front of him, or at least adjacent to Kanashi.
that's about as close as I was gonna get.
So sorry. Repeat what you were saying now.
I said, "Could you please stand aside? We need to use the road here."
He trots up a little closer on his horse. This guy seems to be the leader. That was a very polite way of asking. I was informed that you very helpful knights have supplies and food.
That is true.
We do, and we're happy to share, friends.
He turns to you, Jusk, and says, "Nobody was talking to you." He turns back to Kanashi. Well, my companions and I here are all very poor and hungry. We could certainly use the supplies in your wagon.
I want to size these guys up a little bit. Do they look like bandits?
Make an insight check.
I mean, they're probably not full-time bandits if the.
Not bandits of career, but bandits of opportunity, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just the fact that the workers are still working in the fields, not like running away.
You're not sure. The horses do not look to be in particularly great shape. They're pretty thin. All of the guys on them are also pretty thin. But they all do have weapons as well. And this guy up front looks like he's seen a few scars.
I'm going to say to him, a gesture towards Drusk and say, "This is Drusk, and he is offering to help you as well. Our help comes from all of us. You would have to be willing to accept that."
Make a persuasion check.
"24."
Well, I've seen the kind of help that his people give, but you know what? I'm a man of an open heart, and I'm willing to look the other way if you're, of course, willing to provide me and my men with the supplies in your wagon.
Some of them, not all of them.
Would you want to help us or not, Tendar?
There are other people who also need our help where we are traveling.
I would be happy to distribute the food and supplies on your behalf. You're not needed here. We don't need you to be here.
Friends, let us fill your bellies, not empty them here along this roadside. It's too nice a day.
Make an intimidation check.
I'm gonna step off the cart, kind of stand off to the side after hearing that, getting ready.
And Kanashi's going to ask, why would you take food from inside their stomachs?
Yes, friend Drusk. Why don't you explain to your companion what you meant?
I meant that we could happily share with them some of our provisions and goods, and should their greed not overwhelm their sensibilities, we don't need to kill them all here on this roadside.
Oh.
And Brett, can I make like a perception check to see if there's anyone kind of coming at us from the sides or behind?
Absolutely.
He makes a good point. If you were too greedy, we would have to defend the supplies.
Baker, please make a generous gift basket here for our friends.
Oh yeah, I mean, if that's what they want, we're here to help them. I'm happy to give them, whatever we need.
Go,
He starts
Baker.
going back by. He says, I have a lot of children and mouths to feed. I'm going to need a lot of food.
I would like to inside check that.
All right.
Unsure.
He's pretty unreadable.
Yeah.
Well, we did just drop off a lot of food in the village behind us.
Well, I'm sure they needed that food too.
And there are more people further on our path that need food as well.
Like I told you, I will be happy to distribute food and supplies on your behalf to alleviate you of this massive responsibility.
But it is our responsibility, not yours.
He comes back with a kind of a crate he's struggling with, and he slams it down. It's a pretty good portion of food. Well, he says, that's a good start.
It is a good start until we return another time to offer more assistance to this nation.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Brian, I don't have good charisma.
I know.
Ouch.
Hang on. Damn it!
I think he cut out. He just had advantage, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Making it with disadvantage.
Advantage, yes.
He says, look, Tendar, I need what's in the back of that. You can give it to us and pass freely, or I can take it from you. I've been providing for my people for long before you got here last week.
I cast Guiding Bolt.
All right, we are going to roll initiative.
I was
Burnaby
about
sighs.
I was about to say something, but
We-
I can't anymore.
Anyone want to swap initiatives?
What did you roll?
A 9.
I kind of don't because I'm up front.
I don't want to be there.
Yeah. Well, that's man for like say Drusk, or if you want to go ahead of me.
I don't think it matters that much. I'm just chilling up here. Ready to
Feeling
die.
like a villain.
Let's see,
I'm not using my great axe right now, by the way. I'm using a shield and a mace.
we'll buff that AC, huh?
Yeah.
It's also easier to be non-lethal when you're not using a giant bladed weapon.
Well, that's to be debated.
He seems to particularly dislike Drusk.
Weird.
Strange.
I know, right? Where'd he go? Hold on. There he is.
Does Dress get his guiding bolt off?
Nope, that's what initiative is for.
Alright.
There he is.
Well, he may not want to cast it now because he's in melee range. He would have disadvantage.
He will attack Drusk. And whiff horribly. The henchman will also attack him. 14, Drusk.
No.
Glances off your shield, is within 2. Block with the shield.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, there we go. Just enough. He attacks Baker, who seems terrified. And he ducks at the last moment.
Not the
Oh, I
baked
need to
goods.
speak out of. I need to roll for Baker.
How do we add our dex to our initiative rolls?
There's a little check mark thingy on there somewhere, or at least there is on the old sheet. I honestly don't know about the new one.
I've been trying to
I
look
can't
for
find
it, but I
on the new
can't
one.
find it.
I don't think it's there.
Unless
There's
it's something you have to do for.
There's an option in character
sheets.
profile for custom initiative bonus, but you can't do a decimal.
Yeah, start looking at that too.
No, I don't know.
These guys seem to be right. Let's see. It'll be somewhere. Kanashi.
Okay. I am going to cast Vicious Mockery at the leader.
Ooh.
He is fine.
He rolled high.
Yeah.
Roll high.
Moving or bonus action?
I am going to try to retreat and hopefully not get hit in the process.
He will take an attack of opportunity on you.
Yep, that's going to hit.
4 slashing. Happy.
Oh, I am half health now. Almost.
Welcome back to level 1, guys.
I'm gonna come up here and guess take the dodge action.
All right. Baker will draw his dagger and attempt to attack the guy on the horse. And he will not be successful. Drusk.
I cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Bonus action.
Yeah, it's a bonus action.
I think Shield of Faith is the bonus action, isn't it?
No, I'm pretty sure it's an action.
Is it?
Oh, it is a bonus action.
That's what I thought.
I will attack the guy to my right.
The leader or the regular guy?
Yeah, on my right.
Okay.
This guy.
Yeah, that'll hit.
It's my first damage this campaign. Oh, I guess I hit.
No,
the
you
guy.
killed the
killed
man
the guy.
I
earlier.
did kill the man. And
You
I
knock him clean off the horse. He falls to the ground in a pitiful pile.
and I will use my movement to get on his horse.
All right, so it takes half of your movement to get on his horse.
That's all.
I am the captain now.
Look at me.
Darnaby.
Do these guys that are on the edges here, are they looking at like Drusk and I, or are they looking at the cart? Like, are they swinging around to grab the cart, or are they coming in to attack
You're
us?
not sure, but they definitely look hostile.
All right. Well, I'm gonna pull out my bow and I'm gonna try and shoot this guy.
All right.
I assume that misses.
It does. It seems to hit him, but impale into his leather makeshift armor and not have any effect on him.
All right. Well, I think I will retreat a little bit. I'm gonna run back into these bushes over here. And
Just think
yell,
at level 2, you'll be able to bonus action hide.
yeah, protect the cart! As I'm in the bushes.
Is that all for you, Darnaby?
Yeah, that'll be it.
These two guys will attack Drusk. They both fail. This one will attack Baker. That will hit. Why did I do an extra one? I don't know what that 21 is, but Baker takes a sword into the shoulder. He seems pretty badly wounded.
Baker, no.
He will attack Epi. At disadvantage because you dodged, right?
Yep.
All right.
Little miss.
Kanashi.
I am going to try to vicious mockery the leader again.
All right.
Jeez.
He's still fine.
He's still good. Bonus action or movement for you, Kanashi?
I'm going to hide under the cart.
Epi.
I'm gonna attack the guy right next to me.
All right. Yep.
6.
Knock him clear off
And
and collapses in a pitiful puddle.
I'm doing non-lethal damage too.
All right.
And then I will. I'll move up to here and use my bonus action to attack this guy, which will miss.
Which will miss.
And that's it.
Baker holding his dagger with panic is in his eyes and bleeding profusely. Will use his ability to give Drusk a d4 on his next roll. And he will take a defensive posture, relying on his martial training that he had at one time and moves into a flanking position, or so he thinks. Drusk.
So he thinks.
Let's see. I will attack the other plebeian.
All right. You may add a d4 to this roll. That will not be required. Knock him clear off his horse too, and he collapses on the ground in a pitiful puddle.
And I will bonus action cast healing word on Kanashi.
I'm good for now.
Okay.
I don't know.
Is it 30 feet or
You said
60
you were
feet?
at
Is he
half
within
HP?
range?
I'm at half HP,
Yeah,
but no one's coming after me.
Then
So
I will Sacred Flame this fuck away.
Bonus action, Sacred Flame?
but Sacred Flame isn't a bonus
No, it's an
action.
It is an
Never
action.
mind. I won't do that. I won't do anything.
Darnaby.
Alright. I'm gonna use my bonus action to temporarily go invisible.
Ooh.
With one of my Furbolg features. Hidden Step. And then I will shoot my short bow at the leader.
At Boss Man.
At Boss Man at advantage.
Okay.
And you'll get sneak attack.
And I will
The
get sneak
the
attack.
19 will hit.
11 damage.
It impales. It hits him dead in the chest, and he kind of looks down and he looks up and he seems shocked.
You
for you?
shot me.
That it for you?
Should have taken the basket when you had the chance.
Yeah, that's my turn.
This horse gallops off.
Be free.
This horse gallops off. And these two guys bugger out. They'll use disengage action. Let me actually measure this. Let's see. So I get a little further than that right there. Kanashi?
I'm gonna come out of here and would it be unknightly to try to stop that guy if he might die?
Did you hit the horse?
I could hit the horse, but I bet the horse has more than 6 hit points.
Which guy are
So-
you trying to hit?
The main dude. Because if I vicious mockery him and it takes him out, he'll fall off the horse and he'll be making death saves, but if we get to him quick enough, he won't die. Is my thought process.
That's your judgment call.
Did do 11 to him, so he's. I would assume he doesn't have a lot left.
Yeah, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna vicious mockery him.
If he dies, he dies.
He dies. He dies.
Ugh.
Fuck. Yep, it is what it is.
Is that all
I
for you?
can't. Yeah, that's it for me.
Epi? Or we can go out of initiative if you guys are going to let them run off.
I'm gonna come over here and just try and rein in this horse.
Make an animal handling check.
I'm gonna give it one more.
It is fighting back.
I get knocked back 40 feet now.
I'm gonna give it one more shot to get the leader.
Punch the horse. Calm down.
You gonna chase after him?
Yeah.
Alright.
On my turn, I should be able to reach him and make an attack.
Yep. You can be in the middle. That's why we put the mounted rules there. You're always in the middle place, and you're adjacent to anybody your mount is adjacent to. There you go.
Fuck.
Nope.
All right. I'll
Well, you can keep chasing him. He can't get away from you.
Well, he can dash, and then
But that's the horse dashing.
right, yeah. So the horse
So-
dashes, takes him with him. Are
So
you gonna
Thomas
pursue him,
can
Trust, or
dash
not?
and he can dash and then also attack.
Wait, do I not get to try and intercept them?
That's for you guys. You guys gonna try to catch them, or are you gonna let them go?
I'll fire one shot at him.
All right, fire away.
He's less than 80 feet, so I don't have.
He would have been
disadvantage.
before he moved.
Oh no, Darnaby decides to take a nap.
I let him go. I'll let him go. I don't want to chase these guys off into the distance.
Well, I'm gonna start checking people to see if they're dead.
This guy was very intentionally not killed, so he is alive. This
Okay,
guy
so-
was standing under 3 horses while they were having combatants fighting under them. He's dead.
Okay.
He was
What about-
basically trampled. And
what about
on a
this
1,
guy?
this guy is alive. On a 2, he is not.
Well, I don't get a chance to stabilize him.
Nope, he is dead.
Fuck.
Otherwise, you'd have been had a chance to stabilize him.
All right. Well, we got some horses.
Can I make one more animal handling check on this horse?
Absolutely. That's enough. You wrangle these horses in. And now you have all of these farmers kind of watching you guys. over here.
I'm gonna walk up over here, kind of close from the fires, and say, "Sorry you had to see that. We are going to your village to hand out some food. Please make sure to get some later." Then I'll walk away.
I'm actually gonna walk up over here to the one that's closest and just kind of try to beckon her closer. See
Give me a
if she'll.
persuasion check. Baker seems to be treating this guy who's alive over here.
Okay.
16.
She cautiously approaches.
Hello. Do you know who these men were?
R. We didn't. You're not being good for our PR campaign right now.
Well, the one who was doing the talking, that was Koja.
And does he have a good or bad reputation?
Well, he fought the occupiers for the last 5-6 years or so before they left. Pretty popular around these parts.
Ah. Do you think he would have distributed the food honestly?
Probably.
Ah.
He's
That
been
is a
looking out for
shame.
us for years.
I wish he would have listened to us. We intended to help, but we weren't sure if he was a brigand or someone more noble.
He says, funny, that's how we feel about you. And then she sprints off.
Do you want some food?
She seems gone. She seems scared that she pissed you off and you're gonna stab her or something.
We'll leave them some food like over here.
Yeah.
And we'll get the one, or I guess the two dead guys, and we'll like put a blanket or something over them over here, and ask the people to.
We should well, I'm actually going to come up to another person and say, two of these men died in this battle. Do you know a good place that they might be buried? Or if they have kin nearby that would be informed?
She says, you can leave them here. We're used to informing next of kin.
Oof. I'll throw a blanket over the deados.
Deados.
Kanashi's gonna come over to the bodies and position them in a very specific way and make sure that like it looks like a almost ritualistic what she's doing, but very much honoring their passing.
I still put a blanket over them.
Baker asks them to take this guy on and take care of him, and they would take him in.
I would bring the horse over too and give it back over to them. Now that I know they're not bandits.
Oh man, do you know how expensive horses are? Fine.
You still have a horse.
No, I'll
You
give them their horse back.
All right. They seem genuinely appreciative of the horses.
That's not a Drusk thing. That's a Thomas thing. Horses are so much money. Oh, damn it.
Trade that
you
in
guys-
for a set of plate mail.
Yeah, you guys can proceed into the next village.
I would have looted the bodies before we gave them over.
They have nothing other than the basic swords to which they used.
I'll take them.
All right, they're just short swords, basically. So you could get two short swords, yep. Unless you're going to rob this guy of his sword while giving him back to his people.
No, he can keep his sword.
As you proceed into town, nobody here in this town, you would assume, word of what happened on the road reached here, and nobody is interacting with you whatsoever. But there is a travel barn here as well, if you want to utilize it. You don't think that anybody would bother you.
Hey, question, did you guys find a way to sort your stuff? Like, how you want it?
I have not.
Fuck. Okay, sorry.
If you would like, I could give you a second sheet that you could do the old version just to hold your inventory and have it sorted there.
No, it's fine. Well, let's take a week off. I need my spell slot back.
I
Sit
would
in this
not consider
barn
this
for
a
a
safe
week.
place to rest.
I kept you from burning your second one.
Yeah.
Are you guys going to stay in the travel barn this evening?
How
Um,
defensible is it?
It's basically a barn.
Yeah,
Is
I
it a barn
think
with
so.
sides? Or is
Yeah,
it
it's
like
got
a pole barn?
four walls and a roof.
Alright.
It's basically just like the most basic of wooden buildings that you can have.
They wouldn't burn their own barn down just to get us, right?
Should we leave like half of what we have left in just like the center of the village before
Or
we
just
go to the
push
barn?
on for like an hour or two past dark or something?
But you guys, you want to camp on the side of the road? You want to camp in the travel barn? Are you going to leave any supplies for the villagers?
oh, definitely going to leave supplies for the
Yeah,
villagers.
definitely leaving supplies.
All right.
Um,
So the question is, where are you resting for the evening?
that is the question.
I'm fine with resting at the barn.
Yeah,
Or
yeah, we can rest at the barn. We just need to keep a vigilant watch.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll have. Where do you want Baker to be? First watch or second watch?
Second watch.
All right. So first watch, Darnaby and Dress, go ahead and roll your perception checks.
and are we leaving like half the cart in the or half the food in like the center of the village before we go to the barn, or we're gonna leave it?
Yeah, I think we should leave the food before we. That way, there's no, real excuse for them to come bother us. Take food when we've given them their share already.
Okay, and then second watch would be Epi, Kanashi, and Baker. Baker kind of bandages himself up and he's lamenting that he's never been stabbed before, and it really, really hurts. I can't even move my arm.
Kanashi's just kind of look at him, like kind of unblinkingly, and say, "Yes, it does." As she's got a bloody arm or whatever where she got hit.
First watch, let's see, Darnaby and Dress. Who rolled higher?
I had a 23.
Dress, roll your perception check.
I thought that was only for second watch, my bad.
No, you're with your roommate, remember?
Roomies!
Darnaby, pretty early into the watch, you hear a commotion toward the center of town, kind of outside the travel barn.
I would, hey, Drusk, sounds like there's something going on out more towards the center of town. I'm gonna go take a look real quick. I'm just gonna kind of poke my head out.
You see a man and a woman standing next to the food and supplies that you guys left in town, arguing. They're yelling at each other. The man seems to be blocking the woman, and after a few minutes of them arguing, she smacks him really hard, pushes him to the side, and starts gathering food and supplies from the center of the town there. And after she does that, kind of more people step forward and start gathering up stuff, and he's kind of yelling at them and trying to dissuade them from taking the food and supplies.
Is it the same, what was his name, Koja?
Code no, it's not. It's just some guy.
Okay. No, he's not like attacking them or anything.
No.
Right? He's just yelling at them.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll just go back inside and be like, well, someone's trying to stop him from taking the supplies, but they're ignoring him now, so seems like everything's gonna be okay.
You make it through the night without incident, and the morning has come. And by what you've been told, you should arrive at the third village, which also is the place where the Gardens of Tranquility are.
Oh, tranquil.
You guys leave the second village, travel through the farmlands. Don't really encounter anybody. And as you approach the third village toward the end of the day, there is a half-elven man in kind of simple robes at the outskirts of town. He seems to be waiting for you as you approach.
Is he armed?
Nope. He seems to be very plainly dressed in kind of these simple orangish robes. Clean shaven, handsome guy.
Do
Were
the
we
orange
told what the aspirant
robes
looks like?
No, you were not.
would we know if these are like the religious robes?
Yeah, you would assume this is one of the acolytes, one of the priests
Okay.
of Valmar.
Hello there.
He says, "Hello. I'm Jazer. It's an honor to meet you all.
And you as well.
I understand you're coming to pay your respects to the aspirant and enjoy the beauty of the Gardens of Tranquility.
And also to bring food to the village.
Well, that's very appreciative. They can certainly use it. And you can tell with his presence, the people in the third village are far more comfortable with you guys being around. Him being with you seems to make a world of difference to the villagers' comfort level, and you don't get awkward stares as much, and
So
people kind
basically,
of
they trust
act.
his judgment.
They kind of act normal, yeah. Like they feel like with him there, they don't need to be leery of you. And they will happily accept any food and supplies that you will hand out, and you have about a village's left. So you'd be emptying out your cart if you gave the same amount that you did the first two villages.
Every village, we give half of what we have left. Some point, it's like, well, we have 2 muffins. You can have 1. Gotta save this one for the next village.
He says, "Well, I'm sure you haven't had a very welcome reception, but I'm happy to provide you any assistance that I can."
We need assistance. Fellow teammates.
Sure.
Well, he's kind of standing there like he's not sure what you guys need. He's just trying to be helpful.
We need assistance gaining the trust of the locals.
Well, that is going to be an exercise in patience more than anything else. These
We were
people have been
also
brutalized for a very long time. Your friends over here in particular are going to have a very difficult time.
attacked on the road
Only once?
by yes.
You know who it was that attacked you, you say?
I can't remember his name.
I'm looking it up.
Koja.
Koja.
Oh,
Koja.
Koja, yes. It's kind of
His name.
a local resistance leader during the latter part of the occupation. It's a fairly popular guy.
Unfortunately, some of the men who were with him found their death in the attack. We
That is
tried
most
to avoid
unfortunate.
fighting, but he did not seem to want us to distribute the food. He wanted to distribute the food. And we
I
did not
imagine he
know who
probably
he
didn't
was.
want you here at all.
Probably.
Well, for whatever it's worth, not everybody is unhappy that you all are here. There are maybe one or two of us that are happy you're here, and he kind of gives you a joking smile.
Well, that's good.
Well, I really think you're going to enjoy the Gardens of Tranquility there. It's probably the most beautiful place in all of Valmar. I would give you a word of caution, though. The gardens are a place of peace.
Well, we may be knights, but we are here on a mission of peace, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Well, that's good. The acolytes who tend to the garden are going to strongly encourage you to leave any weapons or armor outside of the gardens.
All of them?
Rusk stays and guards the weapons.
Wait, my fists are my weapons. So I have to chop off my hands.
Yeah,
so
I'm sorry.
I've got to chop off my brain.
We need one of those, like the wrist pocket daggers. Alright, I'll de-weapon.
Well, do you want to visit the gardens today or tomorrow? Would you like to rest first?
Doesn't matter, we're out of short rests.
Well, I think the rule is no more than one short rest every 24 hours. You'll just run out of
Yeah, I'm
hit die.
I'm out of hit die, there's no reason for
Out of
me
hit
to
die
rest.
because you guys only have one, right?
I need a short rest.
Well, are you going to go to the gardens today or tomorrow?
Why did I heal 0 hit points?
you have to click on the dice to the right
Yeah.
of.
Just select how many hit die you want to use.
Oh, I see.
You heal 2.
2 hit points.
Woohoo! We got half the HP, half the damage you took. I'm all for going today, I guess.
I'd like to pay respects to the aspirant.
There it is.
Assuming we don't need a wash up or anything beforehand. Dress
Might be
might.
polite. Maybe
He
we
says,
should
well,
rest.
there actually are places to wash and cleanse yourself in the gardens.
Okay,
That sounds
good.
wonderful.
Okay, so my armor class is now...
Unequip, unequip,
Yeah,
unequip,
unequip. I do like that there's an equip, unequip button.
It is really nice.
I think I
Alright,
wear
my armor
leather
class is
armor.
10.
Mine's 13.
Let's see.
16.
Damn monks.
12. My armor only gives me 1.
Yeah, same here.
Unequipped
Regular leather armor's
dagger.
pretty meh.
Okay, so he would lead you to the Gardens of Tranquility, which are just outside of town. They are walled. There is a short wall of about 8 feet, made of a almost white marble-looking stone, but it's not smooth like marble. It's more rough. And there's looks like 3, maybe 4 kind of gaps in the walls where there's entrance, and there you see acolytes dressed as Jazer are, basically one outside each entrance, and they would greet you and ask you that you not carry any arms or armor inside, and that you go barefoot as well. You can see outside of the walls, there's like all these shoes basically outside there. And a couple weapons as well, not a whole lot, but people just basically seem to kind of toss their gear outside the entrance to the gardens and then go in.
I don't want to just toss my shit here. Let's leave. What's his face? Baker. Baker's on gear duty.
He seems disappointed, but he'll stand outside on gear duty.
I'll tell him how important this is to make sure that everybody's safe and helped. And that this is actually the most important duty.
The gaslighting begins.
Make a deception check.
Here comes
How
Mr.
would the dress
Useless
could not be
3.0.
deception?
Yeah, we
He
bullied
says,
that
"You could just
NPC
ask
so hard.
nicely. You don't need to lie to me."
Watch your fucking mouth.
I'll kill you.
So, is anybody not going inside the gardens barefoot and sans weapons and armor?
I'm going in as requested.
Yep. I'm not trying to hide any weapons on me. I'm being an honest man and unloading all my dangerables.
Do bugbears normally wear shoes?
Like a
I
furball
was.
wouldn't, so
Like-
I think
can.
probably most would. Yeah, I mean that doesn't mean you have
Okay.
to.
I think I might be barefooted most of the time, so. Never afford shoes growing up, so I never wore them. So yeah, I could just go in as is. Nothing has to change.
Alright.
Oh yeah, because you just wear robes.
Yep. I'm unhindered by this completely.
You go inside and it's beautiful. There's both stone paths and dirt paths throughout. It's a deceptively large area, and it's the contrast between the destruction in the countryside throughout Valmar and the absolute pristine condition of these gardens is staggering. The gardens definitely have kind of an aura about them. You just kind of feel a presence, a holiness about the grounds. There's all kinds of brightly colored flowers, trees, fountains, just a staggeringly beautiful scene. And throughout the gardens is acolytes, of course, but also just kind of looks like regular farmers and laborers and townsfolk just kind of walking around. Everybody is barefoot. Some people are meditating or praying. Some people appear to be washing themselves in the various fountains and bodies of water around. Some people just kind of lost in thought. You see some people reading in there. It's just a very relaxing, meditative, really spectacular place.
Would we know if the occupation by Daigen came this far into inland?
The entire country was occupied, and this place is
Okay.
pretty much directly in the middle of the valley.
Okay. Do we know why it's so untouched?
You do not.
Okay. I'm gonna ask the guy who's walking around. So why is it?
Jazer?
Yeah, Jazer. Did they come in here and do anything to this place? Seems almost unnatural that it's this untouched, and they were occupying this place not too long ago.
You're a very observant man. The Gardens of Tranquility are a place of peace. And the aspirants stayed here for the entire occupation, safely. They tried but once to come inside and bring their destruction with them, and they very quickly learned that the Celestials have determined that the gardens stay a place of peace. They did not try a second time.
Do you mind if I ask what happened to them to make him not try a second time? Like specifics?
Well, if anybody attempts to enter the Gardens of Tranquility and does not respect the tenets of peace that are in place here, they are met with a psychic assault unlike any other.
Guys, we have an elder brain cracking here.
It's a bit of a cliche. I don't think Brian would go back to that one.
Never.
But maybe that's why.
I mean, I may not never, but
Very specific scenario in which you're fighting the Elder Brain Kraken.
all right. I need
I
your
will
guys'.
thank you for the information.
It's up there with the Balloon Trask.
All right. Yeah, I need you guys to help me with something. I'm looking at your character sheets, the new ones, and I'm also learning them as you are. Where is the bio and info
At the
tab?
at the top.
Yeah,
Very top.
right underneath the name at the very, very top.
Right underneath the name.
Don't look at the
Yeah,
character sheet. Look above.
Like the very top of the window.
Don't look at the.
I'm not sure if it's the same way if you have it popped out.
Maybe that's it. Let's try to not pop it out. Hold on here. Just
Trying
go
to find it while it is popped out, but I can't seem to
PCs.
find it.
Oh, yep. When it pops out. What if I pop it out after clicking at bio and info? No, that doesn't work. Okay, so you can't pop it out and get bio and info. FYI.
Okay. Another thing they need to fix
Yep,
on the sheet.
we just learned. Today we learned. He says, well, I will leave you to it. Enjoy the gardens. You can rest here as long as you want. You will be safe. And whenever you want to see the aspirant, I'm sure she'll find you.
Could we rest here
And
for
he
a week?
takes his leave. You could rest here for a week if you chose to, yep.
What do you guys think?
Couldn't hurt, right?
Do we want to
good
meet
at-
her first?
Oh, we're not on any kind of timetable, right, Brian?
They didn't give you any kind of timetable. You'd assume they don't want you spending forever in here. They might get worried something happened to you, like you were attacked on the road by bandits. But
We've moved
they
in.
didn't
We're
really
staying.
give you any kind of timetable. No.
Yeah, I think we should.
That's-
I think we do our first long rest here.
Okay.
Do
do you think we want to probably meet the aspirant?
Do
Probably
you want to
pretty
meet? Do you want to
soon.
meet her first, or would you like to rest
Yeah,
first?
probably first.
Might come off as rude if we just like hang out for a week
But
and then be like,
Baker-
oh, okay.
Baker's watching our gear the whole time.
I mean, it sounds like if something happens to us, like if they do something to us, there's nothing we can do about it anyway.
And technically, I do have a weapon because I have my collapsible pole. So I could have.
Is that actually a weapon?
No, but it could be. It's a 10-foot pole.
I would like to wash off before we meet the aspirant, though.
There's all kinds of places to do that.
We can do that.
The
Yeah.
water seems almost unable to get dirty.
Well,
Does
Barnaby's
it
not
heal
very
me?
dirty anyway.
Does not heal you, no.
Is this our beach episode?
Oops. And whenever you guys are done cleaning up, if you want to find the aspirant, she is easy to find.
Yeah, I think so.
Alright, one moment. After a short while of continuing to tour the gardens, a half-elven woman who is on the older side for a half-elf. Her hair has grayed. She's wearing a simple crown of sorts and kind of these bluish robes with a gold trim. You find her in one of the fountains. She's washing her face and meditating. And as you approach, she says she's been expecting you, and she introduces herself as Theora.
It's the lady from the Matrix. It's the Oracle.
The Oracle.
Don't worry about the vase.
Bend the spoon.
And as she introduces to the four of you individually, she takes your hand in hers and kind of puts her hand on the bottom of your hand and then like her other hand on the top, so kind of like your hand is like sandwiched in between her. And she closes her eyes briefly when she meets you and then gives a small smile. Does the same thing for each of the four of you. She says, well, I'm honored to meet each of you. I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Tell me, why have you come to the Gardens of Tranquility, and what can I do for you?
We have just come to Valmar, and we have come to pay our respects. Was it pay our respects?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Pay our respects.
How
And
thoughtful.
we were given food to distribute along the way.
That was very generous of your people. Tell me honestly, what do you think of the Commander and Lady Kate?
Commander's a great man.
They fight a lot. I'm not sure why, though. Amongst themselves, that is.
I am not sure if they have the best interests of people in mind long term, but they do seem to want peace.
Oh, Aaron, you're a robot.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Not
not
for
robot
me.
for me.
No, you're good with me.
Oh.
Interesting. Well, let me tell you, I am very excited that you four have finally arrived.
You.
It sounds like you have been waiting for us.
I have, a very long time. Would you like to see the temple?
Sounds great.
I suppose.
She stands up and she starts walking toward one end of the gardens. She says, my people have been the chosen of the Celestia for a long time. We have a very special relationship with them, and sometimes they bless us with visions and prophecies, glimpses into the future or the past.
Brian, remind me,
Lo-
the Celestians are...
The Celestia is the group of gods, goddesses, deities that the Valmar people specifically
right,
worship.
Right, so they're not really gods outside of Valmar. They're like their own.
They're not venerated or worshipped outside
Okay,
of
got
Valmar.
it.
Yes, that's correct. She says, once, a very long time ago, we were gifted items of great power from the Celestia, 4 orbs. We only have one remaining, and it is here, in the gardens inside the Temple of Tranquility. I would like to give each of the 4 of you a gift and allow you to experience the orbs. And then she walks into a fountain, and it appears that the fountain is either an illusion or some kind of teleportation magic, because when she walks into it, she disappears.
Ooh.
I
You want to follow her, I guess.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna follow her.
As you walk into the fountain, you kind of blink and you appear in a stone building. You do not see the gardens anywhere. It's a very clearly an old building. And in front of you appears to be some kind of orb on a pedestal. And between you and the orb is the aspirant.
What happened to the other 3 orbs?
They were taken during the occupation.
Were they here or were they at different places throughout Valmar?
They were at different places throughout Valmar. When we realized that Tukad was targeting them, we took the last one here for safekeeping.
What is a Tukad?
Oh, sorry. You guys would know. You would need to ask. Warlord Tukad was the Daigen Union general who was in charge of the occupation for the last portion of the occupation. So he was functionally the military dictator of the Kingdom of Valmar for the last 20 years or so of the occupation.
But he's not from Valmar.
He is not from
He's
Mar. He is
from
from. He is a warlord of the Daigen Union.
So they would view him as the bad guy.
Very much so.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you
So
know
she's
if he,
basically saying he was targeting the orbs,
Yeah.
and once they realized that, they brought the last one here for safekeeping.
What do they
do you know
Well, everybody's experience with the orb is different. It tells you what you need to know. It shows you what you need to see.
do you know why he would do you know what purpose he took them for?
I'm not sure, but I don't think it was for good.
Can you does something happen when all 4 of them are together?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, if I ever come across one of these orbs, I'll make sure to try and bring it back.
Well, our people would very much appreciate that. Who would like to go first?
I'll go first.
So, this next part was probably, I don't know how long this will take. We can stop here, or if people don't have a time thing, I would speculate it's going to take 20 to 30 minutes.
I'm good to keep going.
I'm good.
So, we're going to take 5 real quick because I need to get a snack. I'm starving. And then we'll proceed with the orb.
Cool.
So I'll be right back.
in 5.
I just have one question.
What's that?
Are we just doing the storyline of Final Fantasy 1?
Could be.
Hmm.
Or are we doing the storyline of Dragon Ball Z?
I would prefer that, I think.
So let's see, we're gonna fight a green monster that lays eggs that was split off from a different half. Gotta fight a gum thing. Gotta fight the demon lord of the opposite side of the world. Or whatever. Can't remember what Deburo is.
Deborah, man, I
Yeah.
forgot about Deborah. He gets turned into a cookie.
He does. He was a whip for being like the demon lord of the flip side of the universe. We gotta fight some androids. Well, one android eats the other androids, and then we fight that android too.
We got to make one of the androids fall in love with one of the members.
Of course.
Thomas is bald. Probably him.
Yeah. How tall is your character, Thomas? Is he like 3'10"?
Does he have a series of dots on his forehead?
Thomas doesn't animate. He doesn't know what we're talking about.
Well, I've never actually watched Dragon Ball.
I watched Dragon Ball Z for a little while, and then I got tired of it. It kind of gets formulaic after a while.
Yeah.
That
YouTube just
and
keeps going, here's like the highlight of this fight, and I go, cool.
and
Anyway.
and they like spend like 3 episodes charging up, getting stronger, and then like 12 fighting, and there's no story development. And then suddenly there's a whole bunch of story development. So it's like if you miss the fighting episodes, no big deal. If you miss the story development episodes, you have no fucking clue what's going on.
Yeah.
But the best one out of them all was GT. Apparently, Dragon Ball Z Abridged is pretty good.
I've heard
Uh,
that as
What
well.
I hear,
I've never watched any Abridged series of anything. Wanna know a really bad show, Sean?
That.
Cowboy Bebop.
his name's not Sean, it's Keenan.
My name isn't Sean, it's true.
True.
But if it makes you feel any better, I don't remember your name. I just remember you as Algrix, so so it's fair play.
Sean.
That's what I imagine your actual voice is like, and right now you're not talking your actual voice.
I'm the
Sean
Sean.
is you.
Hello.
Make peace with whatever gods you have, motherfucker.
Because it's time to go to sleep.
Go to sleep.
I gotta say, it is kind of disappointing playing a character who doesn't have any sort of bonus to initiative. Sean had advantage. Jimmy Hoppet had just like a +10. I mean, it was level 20, so there's a lot because of that, but
I get to add my proficiency to my initiative.
yeah, that's what Jimmy got to do. Instead, I can go invisible as a bonus action once a day until my next turn, or I make an attack roll, and I can disguise myself. It's pretty fun.
I need to do a surprise round. As a bugbear, you get a thing to where in a surprise, if you surprise a creature with an attack on your first turn in combat, you deal an extra 2d6 damage to it.
Is everybody back?
Yeah, maybe
I think we're brainless.
we are.
I always am.
Yeah, Thomas was the reason why we lost Siege today.
Ratting them out.
What? You did so bad. I did good.
You were ahead of me one game.
That's not
I
true.
was ahead of you all the other games.
Not true.
In score.
Nope, pull it up. I'm pulling up R6 tracker.
Alright.
This is gonna be in our game recording. I don't care.
I was never very good at Rainbow Six Siege. I really enjoyed the game, but I was never particularly good.
It's okay. Neither is Marcus.
Thomas is salty.
I'm just fucking-
He gets MVP one time, and it goes to his head.
My most played operator is Blackbeard. My second most played operator is Capcan.
Okay, I'm sorry. On that last game, you beat me by 2 points.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, sit down.
Oh wait, no, that's not right. Hold on, it's not. It should filter by rank points.
Okay, on our last game, I went 6-6. You went 6-7.
No, I'm talking about score, not KD.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Alright,
kills
let's
don't
see.
matter,
Let's
Thomas.
see. Okay, I beat you by 2 points.
Okay, but also you went 6-6 and 0. I went 6-7 and 2.
Okay.
Assist count.
Okay. Wow. Copium.
Oh. That game that we won.
Alright, and then the other game after that, I was 2-4-99, and you were. Oh wow, I beat you by 2 points twice actually.
Well, that's not the in-game score. That's just your rank right now.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because you're ahead of me by 2 points in that.
You're right. Let's see. Where's the game score?
All right, you guys ready? After I
It's
finish
not
inhaling
showing
Hang
it.
on, Brian.
Yeah.
Try
We're in
to
the
still
middle
gotta
of
eat my
something.
spaghetti.
Thomas is trying to defend his armor in Rainbow Six Siege.
Hey, Brian, I've been messing around with the thing. I think I found some
I don't know how to see it. Oh,
character art I might like better.
All right.
I think it conveys what I'm going for a bit more.
Well, I only asked to be temporary anyway, because hopefully before level 20, we'll get this one's art in.
my least played operator is Azami and Zero.
All right, guys, are we ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So, here's how we're gonna have to do this. Thomas, you're gonna have to go into the top secret voice channel. No, actually, you know what? All right. So, these are gonna be one at a time, and it'll take just a couple of minutes each one. So, do you want to record them so you guys can watch back much later what everyone else had? Or,
Totally up to you, Brian. You're the boss.
well, it doesn't matter to me either way, but if you want to experience what your teammates did much later, don't do it right away because it's spoilers.
Yeah,
then
let's just do mine first, and then I'll just step away while you do everybody else's.
Okay, we can do that.
You can just like well, you can't deafen. You take your headset off or whatever, and we'll just message you.
All
We
right.
just don't message him, and he never comes back. Like 11:30 tonight. Like, all right, come on, guys, it's taking so long.
I've got his phone number if it comes down to it.
Thomas forgets that we were playing D&D, just like he forgot we had D&D today, and just leaves to go drink it.
That was so funny.
All right. So Drusk, you step forward.
Wait, are we going to the secret voice channel?
Yep, we will do that in a moment.
Oh, okay.
Drusk, you step forward toward the orb on a little pedestal at the end of the hallway in its own little cove in this temple. And you reach out and touch it. And now we will go into the other chapter. All right, so what you're about to experience, before I tell you what you see and sense, each of the things that is going to happen feels like it's happening in real time. So when I describe to you what's happening, it's not just a vision. You actually experience the thing. You smell the air, you feel the temperature around you, you hear the sights, you hear the sounds, you see what's happening, you feel yourself experiencing it, including the passage of time. So the first thing you experience is yourself and Kara, the girl from the orphanage. You relive sneaking into the abandoned building, trying to find anything to steal. You relive the patrol guards coming inside and catching you. You relive Kara being attacked and fighting with the guard. You relive the first time you were able to call upon Talos and killing the guard. And this isn't just like a memory, you actually relive the entire thing in time. The second thing you experience is you're standing on the side of the road. You're hiding. You recognize it to be the town of Kentor, where you've just went into the other day. And marching out of the town to the south, back toward the borders of Tendar, leaving the town, is a column of Tendarian knights and soldiers. They're leaving Dalton Hold, they're leaving Kentor, and they're marching back toward Tendar. Once again, it's not just a memory. You actually feel like you're there for as long as it takes for these things to happen. The next thing you experience is you're sitting in a bar with your 3 companions and Baker, and you're being served by the halfling you saw at the side of the road. He's putting drinks on the table for everybody. You're laughing, you're smiling, you're having a good time. There's other patrons in the bar. They look kind of like Valmarans, just kind of regular people who are also in the tavern as well. And then a very heavily armored hobgoblin walks through the door of the tavern, and it's like everything comes to a screeching halt. All eyes turn on this hobgoblin as he enters this bar. The next memory you encounter is yourself and Brennar. You were assigned to protect a caravan. Your team was ambushed and killed, but just the 2 of you. You wanted to retreat, however, Brennar did not. You attacked the bandits, he was wounded, you called upon Talos once again, you healed his wounds, and saved his life. And these were the heroics that allowed you to become a member of the Order of the Emerald. You're now crawling down a tunnel. It's dark, and it's slimy, and there's these weird kind of spikes coming out of the wall. It's really cramped, and it's dark, and it's wet, and it's cold. Next, you're reliving enlisting in the guard, trying to make your way to work under your idol, the man you admire, Captain Lyons. You remember the difficulties you had with the other trainees and the violent grudge you had with Brenner. You then relive being in the orphanage at age 5, watching the soldiers and Captain Lyons barking orders and just being absolutely enamored with the soldiers and their armor. And you remember first having the idea of becoming a guard yourself and learning about the glory of Talos. What did I miss here? 1, 2, 3. Next, you're standing on a hill on a horse, and you're looking down at a beautiful white-walled city, a metropolis, and charging the city is a group of horsemen. However, they're ambushed by another army, and these horsemen are slaughtered at the walls of the city. And the last thing you experience is you're applauding because you're at a formal event. It looks to be a wedding. The knight you just met the other day, the one that's assigned to Dalton Hold with you, the woman Amari, is marrying a dwarf that you've never seen before. And your companions are there, and Commander Sterling and Lady Kate, they're all there and they're applauding, and it's a very happy occasion. And then you open your eyes and you're back in the Temple of Tranquility. And it looks like you've only been gone for a second, but you feel like you've been gone and it's how long it would take to actually experience and live all of these moments. And now we'll go back temporarily. And then you'll have to come in here to listen for that.
Yep.
Yeah. They're back.
All right.
I'm dead.
Drusk goes up to the orb. And he touches it. And nothing really seems to happen, or not that you can tell from your angle. His back is to you.
Does
And
his
after,
body language change?
not at all. It just looks like he touches it for a moment, and then he pulls his hand away, and he turns around, and what does Drusk do?
That's a great question. He probably looks disoriented for a second, and then looks over at the Oracle, and then looks over at everybody else, and he just kind of awkwardly shuffles away.
That's
The aspirant says,
concerning.
who would like to go next?
Oh, good.
Brian, before you go, can you link me the site you used to make tokens?
I actually use a program to make tokens. It's not a site.
Okay. Well, never mind then.
You can use token stamp too.
Yeah, but then
That's
my
what-
tokens look different.
That's what I use for the NPCs, but for your guys' kind of fancy silver one, I use a program.
Okay. Well, I sent you an updated picture of my character.
I saw it. I will update.
Okay.
So who is going next?
Oh,
I believe
good.
Marcus said he would.
All right. Thomas, go ahead and plant
Marcus.
yourself in secret voice channel.
Yep.
All right, Epi. After Drusk walks away,
Thomas is
looking
walking away
confused, looking confused and disoriented, you approach the orb and you reach out and touch it. Now I'm going to describe what you experience when you touch the orb, but it's important to remember when you experience these things, you also experience the passage of time that would be required to experience them. And it's not just a vision, it's like you're actively involved and participating in it. So you smell what's in the air, you feel the temperature around you, you see the sights, you hear whatever is appropriate for what you're experiencing. And if that thing would take 10 minutes to experience, that's how long it feels like. If it would take an hour and a half, that's how long you feel like you are experience these things. So the first thing is, as you touch this orb, you and your three counterparts, Darnaby, Drusk, and Kanashi, are standing at the base of a mountain in front of a cave radiating immense heat from this cave. You can just feel what is most certainly elemental fire from within. You can just feel the intense heat as the four of you stand outside of this cave, clearly bracing yourself before you go inside. The second thing you experience is a memory of being a guard for one of the many various noblemen that you worked with. This is the one that kind of gave you hope, that you didn't experience the hatred and racism that you typically experience for many of the people bordering on the Daigen Empire.
Okay.
The next thing you experience is you're standing on a city wall of some kind. You look up and down the wall, and there's soldiers and militia and a bunch of people that you don't recognize. And then when you look down, you realize that you are also not yourself. You're somebody else. And you look up, and you can see approaching the city wall is a huge army of what appears to be mechanical soldiers of some kind. And hovering in front of the city walls is a tiefling putting out this aura of menace and magical energy. She's appears to be the leader of the soldiers on the city wall that includes you. And then you blink, and the battle is over. The city has been destroyed. You see the remains of that powerful tiefling laying in front of the city, and whoever you are that's not Epi is crawling away from the city, one of the few survivors, bloodied and seriously injured but alive as you crawl away from this decimated city. The next thing you encounter is one of the many memories you have of your father being persecuted for being a bugbear, and how it didn't bother him. He was so confident in who he was as a person that those things just didn't bother him at all. You have one of the many memories you have of your dad on guard duty, protecting the people of the town and the property that he was assigned to protect. You blink, and now you're in a forest. And there's a village that it seems to be blends in with the forest around you. It's like they're houses and temples, but they're just really integrated into the forest. They're part of it. And you see these creatures you've never seen before that are half hooved, half people. And in the middle of this village, you're talking to a bearded gnome with a very friendly smile. Now you relive the moment of pride you had where you were accepted to become a knight of Tendar, and how happy you were that you had achieved your goals, and that brought you to where you are today. Now you're standing in front of a clearing, and there's this gateway or maybe portal of some kind, and you're hidden, though you don't want to be seen. And you see those same mechanical soldiers that destroyed that city, thousands of them, marching through this gateway or this portal. And it's nighttime. You can't see where they're going, but the column of these soldiers just seems never ending. And lastly, you're in a courtyard of a city. It's the largest city you've ever seen. It's clean, white, with gold trim, and there are these huge crowds. And in front of this crowd is a large wooden stage. And standing on that stage is a number of people. Some kind of leader, an emperor or a king of some kind. And then on the ground next to him, with his head on a chopping block, is a young man in very fancy clothing. And standing next to him is this a human with in this like white robe with blonde hair, and he kind of puts off this like golden energy about him. And then this last person, he touches the young man who's bent over, and the young man collapses on the ground dead. And now you're back in the temple, and even though it seems like you were gone for a very long time, you sense the people behind you feel like you were only gone for but a moment. And now we'll go back over there.
All right.
less creepy in like the full view. When it's like the smaller image, it looks weirder.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you see Epi. He walks up to the orb. He touches it. His back's to you. Nothing seems to happen. And after a moment, he pulls his arm back. And what do you do, Epi?
I'm assuming I can come back.
I
Yeah.
dragged you in here, and I'll drag you back when
Oh,
we do the
oh,
next
okay,
one.
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll leave again.
No, you can be here for this.
No,
so.
no. I'm gone.
No. I refuse to be part of this.
I refuse to be a part of this.
Well, those
What
are,
do you do, Epi?
That new character art? That's fucking creepy as shit.
Yeah.
Which one are you using?
I haven't decided yet.
I like the last one.
You just see me standing there, probably about 30 seconds. Then you see me kind of like shake myself. You know, like you're shaking something off, or like you just stand there, shake, get ready to go. Turn around, and I just walk back. Kind of stand next to Drusk.
And the aspirant asks who would like to go next.
I'll go next.
All right. Darnaby, you walk forward. You stand in front of the orb. You reach out, you touch it, and now we'll go on the top secret voice channel.
Yay.
So secret.
All right. So, as you touch the orb, you're going to experience a number of things, but it's important to understand how Darnaby is experiencing these. These aren't just visions that you see. He actually lives each of these events. And even though no time will go by, for Darnaby it will feel like he has been gone long enough to experience all of these things. He's going to see what he would see, feel what he would feel the weather, smell the smells, taste the tastes, all of the things that he's going to experience. It's not a vision. He's actually living these things.
Okay.
So the first thing you experience, it's a memory of yours. You're dressing yourself in fine quality clothes for the first time, and kind of realizing how it makes you feel, and kind of you're digging on that, and kind of becomes a facet of who you are. The second thing you experience as you blink, you realize that you're wounded, you're bleeding, your arm is hanging uselessly at your side. You're limping through a battlefield in a daze, but the battle is over. And you just see this carnage in front of you, and it seems to be never ending. You know you fought in this battle, but you don't seem to know who you were fighting or what it was over, but all that you know is in your daze, the wounded and the dead, they never seem to end. And then you blink, and you have a memory of you sitting by yourself, practicing your illusion spells, and learning to master the racial ability of going invisible. The next thing you experience is you're standing on a wall and you're looking at a road heading to the south. The road looks familiar to you, and you realize it's the same road that you came in to Valmar on just a couple days ago. The same road that leads to Dalton Hold. And as this wagon, a very fancy wagon, slowly goes away from you, it explodes violently. Your next memory is the moment that you were knighted as a member of the Order of the Emerald, joining the Knights of Tendar and just how proud you made yourself and your family, and you looked forward to everything you could do to help people the moment you became a member of the Order of the Emerald. You're standing in a forest, a very thick, deep forest. Your companions are there, Drusk and Epi and Kanashi, and you have your weapons drawn. You're all on edge. You're tense. You're looking around, and you realize that you're actually making your way through another battle, but not on the scale of like a battlefield. It's small, and the only people you see on the ground are all of these massacred hobgoblins in Daigen uniforms, orcs and bugbears. A few dozen of them. Some destroyed wagons, blood everywhere. Whatever happened, it was very violent. And the four of you kind of realize together as you look around, you see these blue glowing eyes appear in the forest, and then another, and then another, and then another, and another. Then it shifts. You remember being a young man, and you see the group of bandits when you were out in the forest, and you remember how scared you were, but you still managed to run. You warned your village, and you warned them just in time for them to defeat the bandits and saved so many lives. This was like a pinnacle moment for who you were as a person and earned you your surname Woodswatch. Now you're in the assembly hall of Dalton Hold, you think, but you're not sure. There's all of the knights that you met, as well as the commander and Kate. They're all there. But there's also members of the military of Harkos, or at least you think they are. And one of them is dressed in such a way that would lead you to believe he's the leader of the Empire of Harkos, a dwarf, older one, in fancy regalia. And all of a sudden, in the middle of what seems like a standard routine diplomatic meeting, he draws his weapon and just starts killing everybody around him, and nobody seems to be sure what's going on. There's confusion. Why is the Dwarven Chancellor just murdering everybody? And now you remember the kind of the moment you realized your sleeping episodes might be dangerous. It was during a combat drill when you were in training to be a knight. You just kind of nodded off for a moment. It was scary, and your fellow trainees did not seem to care much for that. You were embarrassed, but it's something that you've learned to live with. And the last memory you relive is you're on a battlefield again. You can see the Tendarin soldiers around you, Tendarin knights around you, your companions nearby, and you're being attacked by Goliaths. But for some reason, the Tendarin soldiers and knights, many or most of them, they appear to be paralyzed. They're not moving. They cannot fight back. They can't raise their weapons or their shields. And these Goliath soldiers are just moving through the ranks of Tendarin knights and soldiers, just slaughtering anybody in front of them. And then you blink, and you're back at the Temple of Tranquility. All right, we'll switch. You all see Darnaby reach out, touch the orb, hold it there for a moment, pull his hand back, and what does Darnaby do?
Darnaby reaches to his shoulder, pauses, puts his hand back down, turns around, looking very confused, but clearly thinking, and will slowly walk over to join Epi and Drusk.
reaching to his shoulder as if he were like holding it because it was injured or something, or
Yes.
okay.
The experience says Kanashi.
Yes. I'll step forward, do the thing.
We will now go back. You guys see Kanashi, just like the three of you before, walk up to the orb, reach out and touch it, and then we'll switch into the top secret channel.
Okay.
All right, give me just 1 second.
One Mississippi.
All right, so as you reach out and you touch the orb, you're going to have a number of experiences, but what's most important to remember in the experiences is these aren't visions. When you have these experiences, Kanashi is actually living through them. She experiences the passage of time. She sees what's happening. She feels what's happening. She hears what's happening. And when she returns to the temple, even though only a moment will have passed, for her, it will have been far longer than a moment, because she will have experienced the passage of time through all of these experiences that she's about to have.
Okay.
So the first thing she experiences is a memory of years ago, the first time you joined the traveling circus, and your experiences learning to be a fortune teller and a busker, and meeting all of the various people who you did when you first joined with the traveling circus.
All right.
The second thing you experience is witnessing your circus being robbed and breaking up, and coming to terms with the fact that your life would be changed forever, that you would no longer be able to be a part of the circus that you had been with for so long. The next memory you have is traveling east toward the capital, and
You
all of
mean
the
west?
experiences that you had along the way. This is a long one. You remember the people you met, the roads you traveled on, the weather, sleeping in the cold, not sure where your next meal was going to come from, all of the things that involved you traveling from where you were raised to the capital of Tendar. Now you blink and you're standing in a field and you're holding a weapon, and there's something you've never seen before in front of you. It appears like a soldier or a person, but they're mechanical, maybe a construct of some kind, but he's foaming at the mouth, this like white foam, and he doesn't seem to be in control of his body, or maybe he's struggling to control his body. You're not sure. But he has a sword, and he's charging you, and he's clearly going to try to hurt you. And the next thing you experience is you wake up in your bed in Dalton Hall, the one you were just assigned to. You get up, you stretch, you put on your gear for the day, you go downstairs, you grab a meal, you take your watch, finish your watch, you go play a game with one of your counterparts maybe, then you go to bed, and when you wake up, you stretch, you put on your gear, go downstairs for breakfast, and then you realize it isn't the next day. You're actually reliving the same day you just had. It's not similar, it's literally exactly the same. And when you go to bed that night, it's the same thing the next day. You've experienced the exact same day over and over again. You're not experiencing the passage of time, you're actually reliving the same day over and over again. Your next experience is the time you were scouted by a member of the Protectorate, the Knights of Tendar. They watched you when you defended yourself, and they offered you a position that you now have within the Order of the Emerald, the Knights of the Tendar. And this is a painful memory. You were but a child, your features began to manifest, and your family threw you out on the street for something you had no control over. And now you're not sure where you are. It's no place that you're familiar with, at least not now. And there's a woman standing in front of you, a beautiful woman with porcelain skin and timeless eyes. And now her skin, there's something wrong with it. It's falling off. She seems really sick. She's scared. Is she dying? You're not sure. It's very confusing. And then you blink, and you're back at the temple. And we'll go back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
The whole deck is filled with that sort of stuff.
Kanashi approaches the orb. She reaches out. She touches it. Her back is to you. Nothing really seems to happen. And after a moment, she pulls her hand back. And what do you do, Kanashi?
I want to look. I assume the thing the thing I saw at the end didn't remind me of anyone in particular.
Nope.
Okay. I'm going to look to the oracle person and say her skin was falling off. Huh. And then just walk back to the group.
That's where we'll stop for the evening.
That reminds me of a question I was going to ask you too about what I saw.
Well,
As if that person in front of the wall reminded me of anybody.
hold on, let me check my notes. APF. Nobody that you would be familiar with, no. Those are all really
Okay.
creepy, Aaron.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide which one I like the most.
Is everybody done?
We're done.
Let's go.
And you guys can all level up to level 2.
Oh, yay!
That actually helps out a bit.
Let's go. Did
Beaten-
we long rest?
Yeah, we'll say you guys can finish your long rest.
Beating the
Huge.
stuffing out of those peasants really did some good for us.
Oh, every time you click the long rest button, it has you prayer your spells for that day.
Oh, that's cool.
Or you can just click to do the same ones.
That's
Alright,
pretty
level up.
All right.
Level
Have typed out my notes as best as I could remember. Okay. Level
Oh, I
up.
forgot that I have all this half-work shit. I didn't do any of this. Forgot I have Oh, I guess that didn't apply. But I gotta remember that I have that stuff.
Well, you did crit once, didn't you? When you attacked that one.
Let-
Oh, no, you
uh,
didn't. You just rolled
Aaron,
back
let me
again.
know when you've settled, because I'll make the token once you've settled.
Well, I want people's opinions. What's everyone's favorite?
Whichever one you
Oh, I
decide.
haven't seen that last one. That one's pretty cool.
I like the third one. I like
The
the third
third
one
one.
and the second to last one.
The emo samurai.
Yeah, I like emo samurai and I like emo fur pelt.
I was thinking about the second to the last one, maybe. The fourth one's got the craziest eyes. I kind of like those
It
eyes.
does
but-
have crazy eyes. But then you open it up and look at it, and it's not more crazy than the others. It's just got like better light on them.
Yeah.
But
Did I? Am I leveling up? I don't feel like
I don't understand this. So you have to.
Yeah, it kind of
you
went
gotta-
through
you
the
gotta-
entire.
leveling up's harder.
Yeah, you click level up, and then you click plus on your level if you're not multi-classing.
And
And
they
it's
kind of
like,
take
oh,
it back
here's
through
the
the
stuff you
entire
get. And then
thing.
apparently you don't roll for hit points, you just get...
No, you can edit them though. If you.
Oh, I get expertise. Okay, I see. Okay.
Do we
Yeah,
not
the
do
average.
we not roll for HP
Yeah,
when we level up,
you
or is it
can,
just
you
automatically...
have to press the. You have to press the button to do it.
Oh, I see. What the hell? Why do I have +5 modifier to my health?
I know you have plus your con.
Yeah, I don't, I don't have 20 con though,
True.
which is weird.
Why are my
It's-
ability score? Okay, so after we go through all my ability scores, that's weird.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Alright, roll. Okay, I
What
rolled
the
a 2.
fuck? Why do I have to change my ability scores? I'm so confused. Select one ability score.
Why? So now it's saying I had 13 HP at level 1, which I didn't. I had 9 HP at level 1. Where is this 5 modifier coming from?
Mine wants me to change my ability scores. It wants me to add 3 to my ability score. That's not right.
That doesn't seem right.
I'm just gonna keep
Are we-
pressing next. I'm gonna skip all that.
Are we still re-rolling 1s and 2s on hit die?
Once.
Just once, okay. So it's a 2. Might have to fix my health at some point. This doesn't seem right. Anyway.
Okay, so yeah, on the hit point, you click on the little pen and paper thing, and then you can click on roll there.
Oh, so you have to do this. Changing your max HP is such a pain in the ass, actually.
Wow, what the fuck happened with my languages? Whatever, I'm not gonna fuck with it.
Okay,
Brian,
yeah,
I
it
don't.
completely...
Brian, the new level up is fucked.
What the hell? Why does it say I have +11 strength and +7 dexterity?
That doesn't seem like it should be there.
Brian,
What the
Brian, when you
hell?
press level up, your character sheet just explodes. It turns out.
Mine
Oh
didn't do any of that.
no!
Mine's doing a bunch of weird shit.
Oh no!
I just didn't change anything on the way.
All my stuff got massive boosts except for charisma, which is still at 8. Wisdom got like +10. Constitution got like +10.
Mine
Strength
didn't
got
do, you must
like
have done that. Mine
plus
didn't do that.
10. Dexterity got +8. Intelligence got like +14. What the hell? And somehow I'm only at -2 from point buy. I'm just gonna hit next and I'll change them later.
Do you remember what they were?
I'm pretty sure I do, yeah. If not, I'll just watch the recording.
Oh, I don't have.
I guess that won't help.
I don't have your character sheet
Yeah.
recorded.
That's alright, I'll figure it out.
Brian, you need to make saves of all of our character sheets in case this happens again.
Well, when you're finished, you want me to do that, let me know.
Yeah.
I'm finished, so you can save mine.
Just make duplicates so we have a reference of what our character shit's actually supposed to be in case it blows up.
Yeah, we'll just save and exit. Okay. Let's see. Oh wait. Oh, all my stats are back to normal.
Oh, yay! Fog!
Yeah, all my ability scores are where they should be. What the hell?
They got some
That's-
kinks to work out.
Yeah.
You should have seen it 3
where
weeks
was it?
ago.
If you click the manage button, at the upper right corner, it's like, hey, give feedback.
Fix your shit.
Okay. Oh, perfect.
Allow
my,
us to
my HP is also where it
rearrange where
should
stuff
be.
are.
Yeah, I was at 9. I rolled a 2 plus 1. Yep.
I rolled an 8.
No, you
Yes.
lucky son of a gun.
I just doubled my HP.
If I'd rolled an 8, I would have doubled mine. Instead, I rolled a 2. And I got 25% more.
All right, Brian, I'm gonna send you the one.
All right, heck yes. That's really nice that it actually just fixed itself. I mean, it makes sense. You shouldn't be changing any of that
I
stuff
can't
at level
remember how
2.
many spells I'm allowed to have prepared. It's like
It's on your
Uh,
chart.
Actually, Brian, I'm gonna go with the one that I've sent you. The one I most recently direct messaged to you.
wait, it's on my what?
It's on your character. Just look at cleric. There's a column on the table. Spells prepared.
3 cantrips, 5 prepared spells,
Thank
Yep.
you.
3 first level spell slots.
Where
I
is
want
that
spell
now?
slots. Oh, why is my... Oh, get out of here.
I just looked it up on typed in cleric in the compendium.
Well...
Should I just use Zone of Truth and annoy Brian for the rest of the campaign?
Yeah, probably.
If you have the spell slots for it.
It seems like a very political campaign. I feel like Zone of Truth would be really annoying for Brian.
Oh, I just
Could be.
found something you can do that's kind of cool. In the top right, you can manage the character sheet, and you can change it from compact to standard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a lot less smooshed.
All right, I'm gonna take Prayer of Healing. Actually, that's gonna be way stronger with our fucking bullshit
That's
ass
true.
long rests. Now we can heal 2d8.
What I find really funny is that the one thing that did change when I leveled up is it changed all of my weapon attacks from dexterity to strength. And now I have to go change them back.
All right, I'm gonna stop recording.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.